Okay, we will call the village board work session for Tuesday, March 17th to order at 5:00. First item of business here will be to appoint a village trustee to preside over this meeting. So I'll take any.
Make a motion to nominate trustee Little to preside over the meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Williams to nominate trustee Little to preside over this meeting, and a second by trustee Cords. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against?
Nay.
1, 2, so we have a 2-2 tie. Okay, the motion fails. Is there any other motion to appoint a trustee to preside over this meeting?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jim Simpson.
A motion by trustee Stephenhagen-Hahn. There a second to appoint trustee Simpson to preside over this meeting?
Yes, I'll second.
Second by trustee Simpson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right, so we got a 2-2 tie there too. Did you vote, Colleen? Are you abstaining or are you voting on Simpson's?
Sure, why not?
Yes. All right, we got a 3-2. Yeah. So trustee Little, Simpson, and Stephenhagen-Hahn in favor. Trustees Williams and Cords against. Trustee Simpson, I'll let you take over the meeting.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. And Callie, did you denote roll call? Announcements? Don't believe there's any, so discussion item 4.1, discussion regarding prospective names and naming process for the Rivers Turn. And quite
Phase 3 park.
Phase 3 parks.
First, I'd like to introduce Reese. She's welcome back to Reese. There's two things that are happening at Rivers Turn Phase 3 park, which is a lot of words. So the first one is ideally we'd like to come up with a better name for it than a development that's Rivers Turn Phase 3. We already have a Rivers Turn park in the village that's there on Innovation Drive. So staff worked, we kind of brainstormed some ideas. The three were the ones that we settled on are up on the screen. Last night, our Public Services Committee met. They approved this process. So the idea is we will have these three names, take them forward to the public, let the public vote on using Engage to Forest to give feedback on what they'd like the park named. So this does follow our guidelines that we use for when we have parks that we need to name. The policy was included in the packet. And so several of those key areas is it something that's a native feature in the area? So we do have high quality sedge meadows that are in the Upper Yahara River corridor there, which is why we came up with Sedge Meadow Park. Another name would have been River Bend Park because there is river bends nearby there. The river bends quite a bit through the village. And then the third one is Stone Crop Grounds. So Stone Crop is the name of a road that runs right in front of the park. So it is an identifier. And then we picked grounds just as it was a different way than saying a park. So, again, the Public Services Committee, supported this going out, for a survey, and we're here just trying to get a general approval from y'all to go forward and do this. Ultimately, when the final vote comes in, we're gonna get him off the screen. We'll it'll come back for official action by the board at that time to officially name the park, whichever of these three should rise up.
Okay. So it looks like what you're looking for is a recommendation to move forward with the names. Good, and then,
Just curious if the committee had a favorite that they wanted to put forward.
Sedge Meadow, I think, was the overall overarching one. They weren't super keen on the grounds part, right? So it could be Stonecrop Park, and then Riverbend Park. They were like, there's a Riverwood Bend in town. So they thought that might get confusing a little bit, but it's Riverwood, not Riverbend. So but other than that, not another Riverbend. So, but overall, they were supportive of the idea.
Sharon,
Going forward, I wonder if we could change that right away to Stonecrop Park. And the reason that Stonecrop was brought up is because there's a very long road that goes all the way around it. And I think that would be easy for residents to identify by that name, like, okay, that's probably over there by Stonecrop Road, if they know that. So I was just wondering if we could change grounds to park on that one.
here too, I think I'm in agreement with that too. Do we have a consensus? Okay. Is that enough, or did you want to, I guess can't really.
That should be sufficient for our needs, I think.
Okay. So I think we'll move on to 4.2, discussion on park concepts and recommendations for River Turns Phase 3 Park. Judd, Greg, and Reese.
So we went out for RFP for designs for the Rivers Turn Phase 3 Park. We received 8 proposals. Staff went through and kind of picked the top 3, went by the criteria of made sure that they're 40% inclusive play. So which means like the ramps for like handicap, wheelchair accessible, playground equipment, and then all their accessories to, use your hands. Things like that, swing sets that can have 2 people on it, an adult and a child. So we kind of ranked them that way, and the top 3 were Gerber Leisure Products was option 1. Every company could do 2 options if they wanted to. Then Lee Recreation had option 1 and 2. Were all voted in the top 3. So we would now, if you guys approve of us going forward, we'll send this out for a 2-week period, along with the naming, and residents will be able to vote on the concepts. And then once the concept comes back or ends, we'll take that final vote, and whatever one wins, that's the playground that we'll use in the construction of that park, which will go out for bid starting March 27th. So the labor to install this will be in that bid package. We had them our budget for this playground was 100,000, which included installation and mulch, and the playground equipment. So they all were right around that $100,000 mark for everything.
Thank you. Any comments? I guess the one question that I have is I like all the concepts. I just wonder when you put it out the vote, are you gonna have a potential like comments in case somebody has ideas yet or past that point?
Um, yeah, besides color, there isn't much we can change with, if we add things, it's gonna cost more. And then I don't know if there's much we can really change. We didn't ask for alternative equipment or options.
But did you mention, we were talking about this last night in the meeting, that there will be eventually a basketball courts there and tennis courts there and a pavilion. It's just that's not included in this particular
Yeah,
section.
we just went out for the RFP proposal for just the playground equipment standalone.
Alicia?
And that's not inclusive like of seating, right? Benches for,
We'll include benches during the whole project, so there'll be picnic tables underneath the shelter. There'll be similar shelter to that one out here. It's 20 by 20. And then we'll add some other benches along the playground.
I would just add, this is kind of how we do the playground portion of parks, right? So we've looked at the whole concept of the park, which does have an open area space. There'll be a lot of trees planted in this park when it's finalized. And then there'll be that multi-use basketball, tennis court option that will be there, right? So that's the whole park. This is just the playground portion. And I think we started this 7 years ago, getting feedback from residents on the park itself that goes in, like the equipment that goes in for the play area, just to get resident feedback. So the park, they've got a say kind of in what happens with the playground part itself. So that's what this part is a one section of the whole park that will be developed this year. This playground part is just to get that feedback from residents. We've gotten the feedback overall on the park concept when we did the Park and Connect last year. So this part is now in that Park and Connect. We didn't have the play equipment in there. We just had an area set aside that the playground would be at. And so this was the concept that they liked for the whole park. Now we're looking at the insert part, which is just this part. So it's a separate connection part to it.
Any questions, discussion? I think I will wish you luck. You're just moving forward, or do you need anything from us?
Well, if you guys are good, we'll move forward. We'll start the voting, and we're gonna hand out some letters to the residents nearby that park and make sure that they have a vote.
Thank you, guys. Item 4.3, discussion regarding the 2025 Police Department Professional Standards Report. Chief Olson.
It's all shared already. There we go. I think they keep waiting to see when the dog shows up or video starts playing. It's the usual accusations I face from my peers. So, all right, good evening. It's that time of year again. We just finished our 2025 numbers, our UCR numbers, the Uniform Crime Reporting. So next meeting, I'll be back with our annual report and give you more of a snapshot of the total picture of the department, where it sits. But for those who are newer and didn't hear this previously, every year I do what I've now come to call our professional standards report. So there's risk in everything we do, in any part of the village, there's risk associated with it. But for the PD, really, we look at several things. We look at use of force complaints, or use of force as a period for law enforcement. We look at pursuits. We will look at citizen complaints, internal investigations. I also added some things to here about the canine usage, just so you can see where we're using Cairo. And then when Data Pilot was approved a little bit over a year ago, I told you I would add it to this report, so I have some data as it goes to that as well. So some of this is, you may have seen some of this before, those have been here for a few years, but I just still want to just leave it and share with everybody so that you can see the numbers that are here. Again, this to us is just the ongoing continuous effort to increase our transparency effort. I can't believe I started year 8 last week as the chief here. So this is something I've constantly been trying to push is what we do is it is, as they say, what it is. This is what happens. Sometimes it's not always pretty, but is honest, open and front about it. You know, we will learn from our mistakes. We will hold ourselves accountable for misconduct. You'll see those numbers that show up in here. None of this will be personnel related matters. It's just simply data that you get to see from the department. Again, we're open with our community. We welcome them in. If people have questions, we're always willing to engage as best we can. So we'll start out with a little bit about Cairo. I didn't bring him along tonight. I think he's off today, so we're letting him enjoy his off day. But Officer Deputy and Cairo have had a busy year. A lot of training that goes into a canine program, and that's good because it protects the village from risk. He has to go to 16 hours a month of what they call maintenance training. So he'll get retrained and continuously trained on like tracking, apprehension, article searches, area searches, and all those things that we've used him for during his shifts. But he gets 16 hours of training on that a month. On top of that, he does training on duty. So when he takes them to the high school, and if he does a demo, or last year when he did a demo for the board, that's all training hours for him. So we will continue to use him. We did a couple of really good things. He shows up at the athletic complex. One, it's just a good for people to see him out around, or any officer out and about for that matter. But the kids get to meet him. As you've all seen, he's pretty friendly, unless he's really amped up and working on something, then he changes a little bit. But it's not a situation where people come up and pet him at that point anyway. He's working. He went into the high school, taught at a couple high school classes. They invited Adam and Cairo in, so they had a really good exchange with him. He was at our Winter Wonderland in January, but he was able to stop in and interact with the attendees at that event as well. We did something for the chamber last year as well. So he got to do a demo for them, which is kind of outdoor, just on the side of North and South. So we did a demo there as well. The difference, and I kind of laughed because this first picture on the top right was the first day he came back into the department. And if you can see, his tongue is out. If it was a video, you'd see he was panting like crazy. He was really stressed. And now he just kind of comes in and wanders around and greets everybody. And it's just different. It's just amazing to see how much he's calmed down. He hasn't jumped up on the table in a while, because his first shift, he was upset that nobody was paying attention to him. So he literally jumped up onto our conference table and laid down in the middle of it. Like, I'm here. You guys should be paying attention to me. But he's doing really, really good things. Even to a point where one of the officers commented, he used him in service last time, because they have to learn how to be familiar with the dog. If you're arresting somebody and the dog is there, or if the dog makes an apprehension or handcuffing somebody, there is an art to this, because the dog doesn't differentiate uniforms from just clothing, right? So we have to understand how to work with the dog. And one of the officers made specific mention how they feel safer when the dog is on duty, because they've seen the dog work. They know what the dog's capable of. They know that he will help them. We do use him obviously quite a bit for building searches. The middle one you can't see because of the Zoom thing, but it says it's sniffing. So basically he goes out, he gets summoned for like a traffic stop, or he's been into houses and things like that. Or last one is area search. So he gets used quite a bit comparatively. Where we're located, he gets used quite a bit. But he does a really, really good job. And to see him work, and I've seen it firsthand, is really pretty impressive. He has got a very good nose. He's got a very strong apprehension ability. And to see how he reacts is pretty impressive. We are still leading, and we should be, where he's requested. That's kind of what this data shows you, but you can see he's requested by a lot. He's been out helping the state patrol. Fitchburg is probably the biggest outlier, because there's a time component. You only have so much time from the request to get the dog there to sniff a car, for example, at a traffic stop. You can't unduly delay a release of somebody just for waiting for a dog. So Fitchburg was something specific. I don't remember the exact incident, but it wouldn't be like a traffic stop. He wouldn't get there in time. It would be time out before he possibly had the chance to get there. Maple Bluff as well. And some of these were pursuits that happened in the area. Somebody bailed out of the car and they tried to track them with the dog. So you can see we use them a fair amount in multiple different ways. So that's a little bit about Cairo from last year. As far as use of force goes, and I was just talking to the lieutenant and the captain today. I said, okay, we put this IA Pro program in play in 2019 when I started. We got to trim the data sets now because we have a bunch of data that's good years in a row and it starts to get a little bit heavy. So we're in the green numbers on the far right. As you can see, we had 20 use of force incidents last year. Now, when you start to look at it and you go, well, that looks like more than 20 up there. There might be multiple use of force applications that encompass one incident. So one event would, or one incident would be us taking somebody into custody. But if we tried a compliance hold, that didn't work. So we had to try an escort hold, that didn't work. And then we went to a decentralization that could get tabbed 3 different ways for one incident. So it'll look a little bit skewed, but what it does is it captures everything you try in an attempt to maintain control or effect a lawful arrest. And again, these are really low use of force that you see here, like escort. I see Brad, right? You see escort holds, you see compliance hold. Those are literally going hands-on and blanketing somebody's elbow and maybe taking control of their wrist and directing them to a certain location. Decentralization is taking somebody to the ground, direction to the ground. Handcuffing and restraint could be just to detain somebody on the scene. Something's chaotic. People are arguing, fighting, and you separate. You could have something of that nature. Stabilization is literally just holding somebody in place. So none of this is really high use of force. I'll show you a video in a moment here. Some have seen it before, but it really walks through a couple different use of force applications, just so you can understand most of this is very, very low level of force. It's been my theory all along. If I track the low levels of force, we try to intercede before something escalates where somebody doesn't know how to use low levels of force to achieve the mission. We try to always build from that point. The justification is really why they used force. The officer and the supervisor oversees it. So the officer, if they have an incident that requires the use of force, they report it. The sergeant will then get assigned to investigate it. So they'll review the body-worn cameras of everybody involved, the squad cameras, as well as talk to individuals that are involved. You can see it's everything from preventing escape to defending themselves to making lawful arrests. It's of kind of a wide variety. Nothing up here that I see is statistically significant that makes me go, oh my gosh, something's really out of place. These are really low numbers. You're talking about 20 uses of force, and I'll give you the total number of assignments here in a couple minutes. Nothing is really statistically significant that makes me go, wow, something's really crazy. We're doing something really, really bad, which is what I want to see. There's always an outlier year. If you look at like 2024, super outlier year, right? That's really, really low numbers. So I look at those as well and go, okay, do you have like young officers, for example? Sometimes they're afraid to go hands on people. They're afraid to control situations when you need to control situations. So to me, while it looks like an outlier, it's also something to pay attention to make sure that they're being safe in their jobs. So the demographics is something else I'll look at, just about who we're using force against. They're pretty self-explanatory for what they are. There's nothing on the line that I would see, wow, that's really crazy. Well, how come we have this or we have that? It's just really another way to look at data and make sure that we're using FIP type of training that we provide to our staff and that we're doing things on the up and up in the right way. The other one we look at is show of force. So show of force, you'll see a couple different ways. Excuse me. You'll have ECD or tasered, and it's not a deployment. It literally comes out of its holster and somebody sees it. Okay. Or if you have your pistol out of the holster or the rifle out of the squad car or the less lethal shotgun out of the squad car, you deployed it. You may or may not have pointed it at somebody. We count it as a show of force. Couple reasons. If somebody sees that, they're apt to call us and say, what's going on over there? The officer had a rifle in their hands, right? We're being transparent. We want people to understand what's going on and that they're still safe. But in the same way, when you see the pursuit numbers shortly, it'll make a little bit of sense why there's deadly force, show of force. Because at the end of a pursuit, if somebody's still in a vehicle, you would do a high-risk vehicle contact, and that requires the show of deadly force. So it's not a shot fired or anything like that. It's literally just having a gun in your hand or the rifle out of the car. It constitutes a show of force. The good thing, all of our use of force, we review everything. It gets reviewed by a use of force expert, which is our like defensive tactics instructors, supervisors for the most part. We do have a couple officers that can review it as well, but we have the supervisors review it because I'm not going to have peer-to-peer do it. It goes up the chain, up to the captain, and if it's something online, he comes to me with it. If not, Chris can approve it based upon the force option continue and making sure we did the right thing. And then we brief them out as a command staff every 3 months or so. We get them all together and just kind of go through them. Okay, so I'm going to show you a video. It's it says taser, taser, taser. Prior to deployment of a taser, you'll hear that. You'll hear one of the officers say it. This is a vehicle contact on Highway 51. The person was later arrested and had some fentanyl on him in the vehicle. But at the point the officers are trying to investigate, you'll see the response. You'll see the officer take control of an arm, try to take control of an arm, try to handcuff somebody. You see the active resistance. They're trying to overcome active resistance where you'll see the taser deployment. You'll see they'll actually roll down into the ditch and then you'll hear the second taser deployment. Hands in the pocket are a really bad place for people to let hands be. You can see him trying to move through that.
Stop resisting. Y'all look, I'm not resisting. Bro, playing with you, bro. Stop. 7141, resisting.
7142, step it up, emergency traffic on channel 1. State if you're in the area.
Taser deployed.
I copy taser deployed. State you monitoring game 1.
Stop.
So you can kind of hear taser, taser, taser. The volume's really not loud enough, and that's fine. But you see it start out with going hands on, right? Somebody's trying to put their hands in their pocket. We don't know what's in there. They haven't got to the frisk part yet. It is extremely dangerous not knowing what's either in their pocket, in their waistband. Are they going to just simply throw a bag of dope, or are they going to retrieve a knife, brass knuckles, a gun? You don't know. We're trying to maintain gain control. The officers do a really good job trying to work together to do it. You see Officer Casasola grabbed his radio and said he's resisting to try to get some more help to come to the scene. And so you saw everything from going hands-on to escort holds to compliance holds, a decentralization when they fell to the ground, a control directing to the ground to maintain or try to gain control. And then you saw overcoming reactive resistance with the taser deployment. Now with what you see sometimes is like in that situation where a taser, the darts on it won't penetrate heavy winter clothing. It's a Wisconsin, it's a winter thing. It happens. So in that case, the first taser deployment didn't work. One probe entered, one probe came out. It was in the jacket. When they went down the hill, deployed the taser their second time, they got enough of a connection that they were able to detain the person, take them into custody, and take them to jail. So you kind of see a lot of what we talk about. It starts with low levels of force. That case particularly escalated. Just as a comparison, in 2025, we took 11,349 assignments. So that's almost 1,000 assignments per patrol officer through the course of the year. Up 1,154 assignments from 2024. Throughout that entire time, we had 20 total uses of force. So in other words, 0.17622% of the time was force used at an assignment. Now that doesn't even account for every encounter, because there's other encounters you could have. You could have a traffic stop with 5 people in the car that would overinflate the number, and I didn't want to make it seem like we're trying to bury something. So it's just based off the number of assignments and the use of force incidents with the assignments. 2025, I went through with our use of force people. We updated our policy again. I do it every 2 years. The state says I have to do it every 3. I try to do it every 2, stay ahead of the curve. State law mandates it's on our website, and it is. So the school also becomes an interesting point. We have an SRO there, so we kind of monitor that. There was one use of force incident at the school. It was really nothing alarming. It was just out of control, and somebody was restrained. So Haley Little George being our SRO, she gets quite a multitude of training for both the school district, from NASRO, or the National Association of School Resource Officers, on how to de-escalate things. So she's very well versed and trained in how to work with people in crisis and things of that nature. We look at, like I mentioned before, we'll look at citizen complaint data. And again, nothing statistically significant. 2023, we had 10, which is just kind of an odd year. You can see it's like the high outlier now. I showed you the low outlier use of force in 2024, 2023 with 10 citizen complaints. Got to be like kind of a little bit of an outlier. We tend to hover in this 3, 4, and then we had a little bit of the middle of the pack, 7, 7, 8. This is right after I started. So we started tracking things pretty closely. 2025, we had a total of 3 citizen complaints. You look at the demographics, 1 was from a white male, 2 were from white females. That was the only citizen complaints we had in 2025. Oops. Okay. There we go. Fighting with the mouse, sorry. So we start looking at now, how do we what's the disposition, or what do we do to adjudicate the complaint? We're going to investigate it. I said it before, we will learn from our mistakes, hold ourselves accountable for misconduct. In 2025, one of the cases was unfounded. In other words, the complaint that was lodged by the citizen really had no basis. There was nothing, the officer did nothing wrong, and their complaint didn't even meet like a statutory requirement. It was impossible almost to investigate. And then in 2 of the cases, the officer was exonerated. In other words, after reviewing it, after looking at video camera or body worn cameras, squad cameras, sometimes cameras in our building, the officer didn't do anything wrong. And that's sometimes difficult to convey to the public because they just feel like something wasn't right. We will offer people to come in. You want to watch the body camera? We'll walk through it with you. We'll show you what they did, how they responded, why we're trained to do that. Very few, if anybody, will ever agree to do that. And that's fine. We still make the offer. Come on in. We'll sit down with you and walk through it. But that's just where it was. We had nothing was withdrawn. People can withdraw their complaint if they decide to. Not sustained is something where it's really not provable. It's one person says one thing, the other person says something else. I can't prove it to a degree of certainty under Chapter 62 of the statutes. Policy failure, we've had one over the years. I think it was 2019, and that's not captured in here, where our policy didn't cover something it needed to, and that policy was updated. But that's not even captured on this data set. If something's within policy or sustained, we also track that. So something can be within our policy. Again, maybe the policy is not where it should be, or it's just not a violation of policy but they're within policy, and it seems really odd, but we can have things like that where you got some conflict. And then sustained is person absolutely 100% the person was wrong, and we deal with it from there. Usually it goes to an internal investigation if we continue to move forward. Internal investigations are administrative procedures. They're for violation of our code of conduct. Our code of conduct is pretty specific, I guess, to a thing. If you haven't seen it, it's on our website. But instead of rules, we guide ourselves by values, which is a much better way for me to determine and administer discipline. It's also an easier way for officers to act inside the professional environment. So if you think of it in terms of rules, you can have workplace rules, and we do have some. But if you can have workplace, thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt not. Well, at some point, police departments across the country have found themselves having so many rules, you couldn't do anything without violating a rule. So we redefined in 2019 our expectations in terms of our 6 core values. And underneath all of our 6 core values, there's guiding principles that basically you have to do this, you have to live up to this. This leaves the officers a lot more discretion, which is good because we want them to be decision makers. And we look at the totality of the circumstance when it comes to discipline. So internal investigations often lead to discipline if sustained, or they could lead to discipline. Inside of internal investigations or internal affairs investigations, the way they come out to IAs, but inside of those, I look at certain things. I have to look at Chapter 62 of the statutes. Okay, and I go through this with the police commission, they're well versed in it. But I have to look at certain 7 steps of just cause to be able to prove discipline. So even if something is sustained in a citizen complaint, I may not be able to use discipline because it won't meet the just cause standard. And if it doesn't, I can't do anything. But inside of that, there are factors we have in our code of conduct that link to their behavior. In other words, what was the employee's motivation? Were they acting in self-interest or were they acting the best of the community? What's the degree of harm caused? Did their behavior cause such a degree of harm as to discredit the village or the village police department? That gets to be a high or low experience. What's the employee's experience? If it's somebody really tenured and you did something like you should know better versus somebody who's maybe newer and made a good faith effort, was it an unintentional or intentional error? In other words, is there some intent behind their behavior? And what's their past record? And last but not least is, do they take responsibility for what happened? When I look at all of those factors, we can come up to some kind of disciplinary finding. By month, I'll look at these things just to see. And for some reason, I think I copied the wrong chart. I apologize, but there's nothing really specific in here as far as when. If you look, they're scattered throughout the year. Generally speaking, I always would have assumed that it would have been the summer months because you're going to be really busy. Maybe you're tired from working special events or something else, and you say something stupid to somebody and it's misinterpreted or whatever the case might be. But really, over the years, we've found nothing that shows any one time a year is worse or better than any other time of year. So the left one is a little bit convoluted, okay? And this is hard because you need the code of conduct book to see exactly what the allegation of behavior is. That's where you get into the guiding principles, the 3.03. I'll just grab one. So integrity 1.01. Get the right page. I don't need my cheaters. So conduct of the members shall inspire and garner the confidence of the community we serve, right? So that would be an allegation somebody could face during an internal. It's just an example of how these all word out, and they can be multiples per investigation. And then the dispositions that we might have. Well, in 2025, we did have a sustained, we had 2 of them that were sustained, and one of them was what 3 of them become department counselings. So there's a couple different ways it can work. If a sergeant sees a behavior and stops it, or sees or hears something and stops it, they can just counsel the member on low-level offenses, right? I expect them to be supervisors. I expect them to be leaders. They can handle the situation in the moment, which is what they should do because it stops the behavior. If it goes into the formal process and it gets to me, well, we're going to go all the way through the gamut. At which case I can order documented counseling where they would still do the counseling session, but they would write it up and go into personnel files type of thing. And it all depends on what the allegation is and all of those types of things. Last thing we talked about is vehicle pursuits. I think we had 6 of them last year, if I remember right. Sorry. And again, what month is the worst? It's really just, I think there was 2 in 1 month or something. So there's nothing that shows any one month is better or worse. The one thing you'll see is you'll look at inside of our policy and outside of our policy. You say, wow, you had 4 of them outside of policy. This can be like a fragment or a portion of it is outside the policy. The officer didn't pull over and stop right away after terminating the pursuit. Technically, that's outside of policy. I've told the sergeants, if something doesn't meet to exactly what our policy says, it's outside of policy. We'll go through it, we'll address it, we'll counsel, we'll teach, we'll learn, we'll grow. But we're not going to sit and have somebody pull a video and say, but that doesn't meet your policy. We'll address the matter, okay? But so it's going to show up on here like it's potentially a little bit adverse. We do risk intervention meetings. I kind of started that with supervisors. We're at our supervisor in-service meetings or at our staff meetings. We'll go through some of the events that have happened and just talk through them to make sure that we're all on the same page and how make sure we're not missing any patterns. The sergeants reviewed cameras. So the worst thing you can do is pay all this money for in-car cameras and body-worn cameras and do nothing with it. My previous department, we had terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of video that was never looked at for a long time. They do it now, but when we came here, we got this resource. We started looking at them, and the sergeants have to review X amount of videos per month per one of their officers assigned to them. And they look for things that are wrong, or they look for things that are good. And when they find them, they talk to the member about it and say, hey, this is something you should consider. Maybe take a bit different angle. I'll show you some of the experiences that they have here in a minute. But once we got that integrated system, it kind of helps a lot with that aspect as well. The video reviews in 2025, you can see we did just short of 400 of them for standalone. I'm sorry, for total video review, and it comes from a couple different places. First is just the blue one here is the sergeant's monthly review. So they'll have 4 or 5 people assigned to them. They'll have to review. I don't remember what the captain has, how many videos they have, and it's just a random selection. We give them a list, watch these videos. It could be a body worn camera, it could be a squad video. It just depends on how the algorithm works that month. Then they'll have body worn camera reviews. Then we'll have every pursuit that somebody's engaged with. They'll watch every car involved, every camera. They'll also watch the body camera, which plays inside the car. You can see the officer's got 2 hands on the wheel. Are they talking on the radio? Are they holding the radio and trying to steer the car, which gets to be kind of dangerous? The cord always gets wrapped in the steering wheel. And then lastly, use of force. So if 3 of us are at a use of force, we're going to watch all 3 body worn cameras. We're going to watch all 3 squad cameras, because it's amazing to see how you can almost see like a panoramic view of the event. See, could we do anything better? Could we learn from this in some way, shape, or form? So when all said and done, we got just under 400 in last year, which is a pretty good amount. Again, 342 total videos. We found 30 issues out of those 342 videos. And that's about 8.7% of the time did we find an issue from watching a video. So here's what the issues were. These are real big issues that we're finding here, which is good that they're really kind of small issues, right? That we're not finding major things. A lot of them are what we call back end kind of ordeals. Like somebody didn't put the case number on the video when they tagged it. It gets to be important because when we do open record searching, it just takes the people doing open records a lot longer because they've got to go find the video and find the case number. They got to classify it properly. It goes into record retention. So if we classify something as a misdemeanor arrest, it triggers over a felony arrest, which triggers a certain length of time, versus a warning card, for example, which is 121-day retention. Sometimes stuff doesn't sync. You didn't sync your body worn camera to the in-car system, so they show up. It shows up. The best word I can think of is wonky. Okay, so you'll have the body camera not in sync with the squad camera, and it gets to be kind of nightmarish. Again, classifying videos. The couple that were really a little bit more learning from officers was some positioning during vehicle contacts, like you don't walk between cars. Caught a few of that kind of thing when somebody's still in the car. That can be really bad. We saw an officer with their flashlight in what would be their primary hand or their strong side hand, which is bad if something escalates. And then they found one instance where an officer was leaning on a car during a vehicle contact. Okay, again, it's not the best position to be at. It's a learning moment. None of this is discipline related. This is just how do we learn, but how do we use the tools we have to teach you? Every time we get a new hire, I will meet with their family just before we go swear them in, give them about a half hour of time. And the question always is, how are you going to keep fill in the blank safe? What are you going to do? I mean, that's a real concern. I remember my mom when I started at MPD in 1990, nervous about that exact same thing. And we tell them we're going to train them the best we can. These are the things we do. And this is just one of the things we do to try to keep people safe. You can't always be there watching every single second, but they don't know what video we're going to see. So it also keeps people knowing that videos are reviewed, and they're all well aware of it. And I know they're watching this tonight. So where do we go from here? We have our EIP program up, our early intervention program. Again, we stick with training, identification, supervisory oversight. It's still management review, kind of what we do, and then discipline review. It can go into the discipline process or the internal investigation process. But the EIP program is up and going, which is a good thing for members. Early intervention is a really good thing. It's kind of a forward-looking type of thing where you look at not so much looking for problems in people, but helping to identify improvement areas for people. Maybe somebody has had 3 or 4 domestic investigations in a row, right? We need to step in and say, you know what, maybe you shouldn't take this assignment. Maybe somebody else will go take this assignment. Maybe somebody had a really horrific event doing CPR on an infant. That can be something that we need to trigger EIP a little bit and have them talk to either like peer support, talk to our chaplain, just make sure their mental health is okay. It's something that just try to keep people grounded and help them work together. It's not punitive in any way, shape, or form. Officers are internet crimes against children investigators. I think we have 7 of them now. They each get a mental health debrief session annually. The state pays for most of it. We budget for the rest. The rest of the staff will have an opportunity now this year to start that program as well. Just they see things that not everybody should see. Especially you start looking at some of the times I see, and if you've been to our award ceremony, you know how many like life-saving awards we give out. And that doesn't account the attempted life savings. The situations of, car crashes and the injuries you see and the things that nobody should really have to deal with. So we want to make sure we're taking care of people. And that's really what EIP gets to. The last thing, just for your awareness, is Data Pilot. If you recall, Data Pilot is a way for us to download electronic devices with either consent or a search warrant. So we just can't grab anybody's phone and just download it. We still need their consent or an authorized search warrant to do so. And when we do that, we've done it 8 times during the last year. Okay, really what this does, if you recall, when I asked for permission to enter into the agreement, is it allows us to act with urgency. In other words, if I take your child's phone, that's an $1,100 device now we're holding. And if I have to get it to somebody else to use a different program, it could take 3, 4, 6 months. With consent or a search warrant, we can get it back to them within a week, generally speaking, as long as I have one of the experts there that can plug the thing in and know how to use it. So generally even quicker than a week. I just use a week as an example, because generally we can do it within the next day if somebody's working. And if it's something real accident, we can have somebody come in and do it. So it really allows us to do it the right way. We made 6 extractions. In other words, we plugged it in, downloaded the device. And then if there's something that somebody has either been watching or sharing a video with friends, we can just record it right off the device. We can screen record it. So it just allows us to capture evidence and get devices back to kids so that they can be connected with families. And it's not always kids. I just use that as an example. Sometimes it's just others that we have the device from. So that's the data from 2025. I'm happy to answer questions. Like I say, next meeting I'll have the annual report. We're just finalized proofreading it, things like that. So
Thanks for the detailed report. Just interesting to see, and it's glad that our numbers are very low. So quick question, in regards to pulling like video and kind of how we're doing that, does the department utilize AI in any way to help, target into like keywords? Or you said there's an algorithm behind there. I don't know how much you can speak to. Is that integrated in any of the supervisor?
No, the captain basically tells them which number they're choosing and we provide them a list. It's a really fancy algorithm, right? Like you're doing every 5th video. It's kind of one of those deals. As far as AI goes, it's not really launched. It's something we're going to use, but not in the way it's not in a bad way. What it'll do is when we have to redact video for records requests, sometimes we have to redact faces, voices, and phrases, depending on Marcy's law and how that works. So the new AI that'll come with video redaction will allow us to not miss it. So they'll capture and say, that's the voice. Boom, every time that voice comes out, it blacks out.
Got it.
Or it'll take a face, like if there's a face of a child, a face of even into like the picture of a squad car computer screen. If it's got personal information on it, we've got to black that out. So that'll allow us to do that quicker.
Cool. One more question for you too. So on those, what was it, 8 extractions? What was like the average time period between like getting the device or getting it back? Are you tracking that as well?
We do track it. I don't have it exactly, but I can tell you it's within a couple days.
Okay.
I don't know the exact time, but it's generally within a day or two. If they were to take a device like on a Friday, the people who do it are back Monday, so it would take till Monday to get it. And as long as we have consent and people will give us the code to get into the phone, if not, then we have to get like a search warrant to make you give us the code to get in the phone. Just as an example.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. First of all, Chief, I want to thank you for your thorough report. And I just feel that DeForest is really fortunate to have such a professional staff and department. And I think that comes from good leadership. And I think you should give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you.
Thanks. It has really little to do with me, to be honest. Like they've all grabbed on to understanding why we need to do these things, and the staff, you're right, is phenomenal. The officers do just a tremendous job in everything they do in the community. And the sergeants are doing great work helping build their competence, because we do have some young officers, but they're really eager to learn, which is, I can work with eager to learn in youth. But thank you.
I would say thank you for being humble too, but you do need to give yourself some credit. You're setting the policies in place, and it's nice to see some of those bar charts going down after a few years of being here. So thank you very much. I do want to ask one question. You had a sheet up there that was show of force, and it had deadly force. And what I'm curious about, say if somebody's, I know there's been a couple instances where Dane County sheriffs have been in town and we were assisting. And what I've heard, at least, I guess I shouldn't, what I've heard is that people had guns drawn like in preparation. So is that a show of force, is having the guns drawn like surrounding the house? I'm assuming so.
Yep. If, for example, if we do, let's just use the example, and I don't know how many we had last year, it was very low. A search warrant on a residence. I mean, you're not going to take from a position of cover without a weapon in your hand, because you don't know what's going to come out that window. Trust me, I've seen more than my fair share, but that would be considered a show of force. When you look at 6 vehicle pursuits, if we apprehend, just let's say the average of probably 2 out of those 6 are somebody in the car when the car stops, that would be a show of force, because the policy or the training technique is to have weapons out, because you don't know why somebody fled and what's coming out of the car.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Anybody else? Oh, thank you, Chief.
One more. Can we get the dog sometime to one of the meetings?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll talk to our administrator, find out when he's going to present next, and I'll bring him in just before. I take a little bit of abuse for when I bring the dog, I'll be honest, just because he kind of steals the show, and then, you know, he's the most popular one next door.
Good. Thank you. So moving on to updates. Bill Chang, Administrator Shin, update.
Yeah, a couple updates here. One, the State Senate is holding their last session currently. Unfortunately, the bill that DeForest has proposed, Senate Bill 133, for potential expansion of boundary for tax income in District Number 9, and extending that time period, was not on that agenda. So at this point, because the legislative session is ending, technically that bill dies in committee. Second update here, the Chamber of Commerce is hosting their State of the Chamber for its members. That is to be held on April 16th from 8:30 to 10:30. As part of that, the village provides an update. So does the Village of Windsor, and the school district also provides an update of the state of their organizations. So let me know if you're interested in attending that event. We are registering attendees right now from the village. That's all I have.
Thank you, Bill. Financial update, Carol. Police Department update. I'm guessing we got enough. Public Services update.
A handful of things for you. First, last year, if you recall, we worked with the Madison Area Municipal Stormwater Partnership. We painted a mural in front of Yahara Elementary School. We also have one down at the high school. This year, we're going to actually do one in front of Eagle Point. So that they've agreed to work with us on that. So Stacy's been doing a great job with that, working with the school district, trying to coordinate. We're going to do an education component in the school, and then have the art teacher there work with us in developing some sort of art to go on the sidewalk that goes right in front of a storm drain, just to kind of highlight to kids and people who are walking by, like, you know, what goes in here ends up into our lakes and rivers, right? So just to try to highlight the impact of what happens in stormwater. We had 30 deer taken during our urban wildlife management program for this past season, 25-26. Greg and I are hoping to get out and fly the drone every time we've tried to. The weather's not cooperated and our dates lined up for us to do it. So hopefully one of these days they'll line up and we'll have a good count of the number of deer that are still in our area. But we're pretty confident it's well over the number that should be desired in the area. We did add e-waste and bulk items at the yard waste facility. So we started to open every Saturday to allow that to happen. The feedback we've heard has been great from residents. They really enjoy the opportunity. We'll still do the annual twice a year e-waste events out there for the bigger sweep time frames, but ideally this maybe gets residents in the habit of they got something, they don't have to keep them stacked in their garage for months on end waiting for that one to happen in April, right? And the same with bulk pickup. You can still do bulk pickup with LRS or GFL, our vendor that does that. They do it once a month, the second week of the month on your prescribed garbage day. You can coordinate with them in advance. And if you have additional bigger items, you can contract with them to do those. But at least this gives you an opportunity to get rid of some of those bigger bulk items, and we have that stuff shared. And then kudos to my team yesterday. The blizzard doesn't happen but every 10 years, and hopefully they get further apart than that. But we started about 4 a.m. or a little before 4 a.m. and we're wrapped up by 4:30 with all of our streets. And we have a really good seasoned group of guys that know what to do. They just go out and get it done. And I think it shows with how our roads look that you could get around pretty quickly in the early afternoons. So again, just want to thank them for that.
Thank you very much. Community development update, Alex.
We had the first meeting in 2025 of the Small Business Grant Commission. And in DeForest, we had 2 small businesses that were awarded grant funds. Jim's Paint and Repair over on Durkee Street, and then the Sage Apothecary in the shopping plaza off of Main Street. I believe Windsor had AKA Automotive, and then Windsor Breads awarded funds as well. So that was exciting. And then we are onboarding our third-party code enforcement. I don't know, Randy, you want to just kind of give an update on where that's landing?
Sure. So we onboarded last week with the municipal code enforcement, and they started doing their monitoring throughout the community last Monday. We're starting out with a soft educational opening, the things that they're noticing that are violations. They're doing door hangers as an educational piece to inform people, because a lot of people don't know you can't park your trailer in the grass, right? So they started out the ground running with door hangers, and we're coordinating efforts right now with any complaints that come in. And it's been a pretty smooth transition so far. And I don't have to drive all over the village.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I missed that, Brandy. Did you say, are you just doing the door hangers at the places that have the ordinance problems?
Yeah,
Not just a whole, not everybody.
Right. Yeah. So as they're driving around, if they're noticing something, the first step is going to be doing a door hanger as kind of an educational piece. And then they'll follow up the following week. And if it hasn't been taken care of, then we go into the action steps.
Thank you. Anything else, Alex? Administration services update, Kelly.
Dane County prints all of our ballots for elections, and this year, you probably have heard in the news, they found a different printer that was able to get us our ballots a week earlier. So we were able to get our ballots out last Tuesday versus today, which is the deadline. So there's a very short turnaround time from when the ballots are sent out to when the election actually is. So this gives the voters an extra week to get their ballots sent back. That's about it.
Thank you. Recreation Community Enrichment Update, Reese.
So we released our spring summer guide at the beginning of the month. Overall, it went pretty smoothly. We did have a small glitch with our system that we worked with them to get corrected. It was incorrectly flagging some people as non-residents. So we worked with that process, refunded anyone that was charged incorrectly. Sam last week had meetings with the sanction groups for the baseball fields for this summer. So we're in the process of getting all of those scheduled. Right now for tournaments, I think we have 3 weekends maybe open from starting mid-April all the way through the end of October. So it's 2 in August right now, which we're working with maybe a group to fill one of those weekends. So it would be the most tournaments that we've had thus far out there. And then basketball and volleyball just wrapped up. It was a good season for that this year. Trisha had applied for a couple farmers market grants. We've received one of them. We're still waiting to hear back on the other one. I know that we are actually almost filled for artists for the Dragon Art Fair. So she's starting to get pretty picky with the remaining spots that we have left over. And then we're in the process of looking for a new on-site farmers market manager. So we have that posted and have some interviews this week and next week, and hopefully should be filling that soon.
Thank you. Communications update, Stacy.
It's my first update. So this is a new department for the Village of DeForest. So we are starting by working on a social media policy. That's something I kind of drafted up. Bill's reviewing it. I'm sure Al will see it. So we're working through that. And then we're also putting together kind of a 5-year plan for the communications department and what that is going to look like going forward. And then also we are hiring a communications coordinator, and we have 3 applicants that we will be interviewing next week.
Thank you, Stacy. Maybe next time we'll get you a name tag. Yeah. So any other business that lawfully come before the committee? Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Jan. Second. Second by Brad. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries at 6:04. I'll say with tradition, we'll have 3 to 4 minute, let's say 6:08, try to be back. Yeah.
Okay, we are calling Tuesday, March 17th, regular village board meeting of the Village of DeForest to order. So the first order of business here is to appoint a village trustee to preside over this meeting. Do I have any nominations?
I'll make a motion to nominate Jim Simpson.
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion by trustee Stefan Hagan-Hahn and a second by trustee Allen to appoint trustee Simpson to preside over this meeting. Kelly, can I get a roll call vote?
Trustee Little.
Aye.
Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan Hagan-Hahn.
Aye.
Trustee Williams.
Is this just roll call or vote?
It is a roll call vote on appointing trustee
Nay.
Simpson. Trustee Allen. Trustee Cords. Motion carries 5-1.
All right, trustee Simpson.
Thank you, Bill. So I don't remember if we said the time. I think it was 6:08 when we started the meeting. Roll call, I'm assuming you got roll call. And I guess recital the pledge. I asked if there's any trustee here that happens to be a bit Irish. Yep. Alicia, you're the most green. How about that? Yep. Thank you for that, and happy St. Patrick's Day. So next announcements, I see none. Consent agenda, looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
By Colleen, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry, I should have asked if anybody wanted to pull anything out, but seeing none, the motion is to approve. Is everybody in favor? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item number 6 is presentations, or sorry. Yeah, presentations, presentation regarding the 2025 building permit report, Brandy. Yeah.
I'm just not prepared. Right. Okay, sorry about that. Billing permit report. So this is the annual report from the final numbers of 2025. Last this was presented to the village board was the biannual in July of 2025. So I'm just going to do a real highlight overview of everything. Feel free to ask questions or reach out to me after the meeting if you would like some more information on anything that I'm providing tonight. So the total estimated value that was added to the village in 2025 through new construction, and what this is what it costs to build something, not what it's worth once it's completed, right? So what we request on our building permits per the state is what is the estimated cost to build the project. So this is not the actual tax value that's been added to the village. It should be or will be definitely higher than this. So the total for 2025 was just under $149 million that was brought into the village through new construction. There was a total of 917 units, housing units brought in. Of the 917 housing units, 35 of those were single family homes. 44 units or 22 buildings were condo townhouse units. There were 838 multifamily units. And then the component outside of the units total is there were 27 commercial projects, whether that be new remodels or additions onto existing commercial, and that includes retail and industrial components within the village. So, like I said, high level of the permits that were completed this year. I'll go a little more into depth on that housing inventory portion of it with the number of units that we approved through the housing inventory report that I have coming up on the agenda. In the packet, there was also a page that was included on the estimated value based on that construction that was added to each TIF. So that was divided out, the values brought into TIFs, so you could kind of see exactly how those TIFs are developing. And the last portion of that packet, thank you for doing the mouse, by the way, is the available housing units per subdivision that we have out there right now. The one thing I did want to point out, and it is also tracked in the housing inventory report that we'll be going over this evening, is the few amount of single family lots that we actually have available in the village right now for future development for single family. The amount of lots that are available are becoming very limited. Many of our subdivisions are and have built out significantly over the last few years. So just want to give you an idea on that. So that's all I'm going to do for the building permit report right now. I'm happy to answer questions, or if you want to talk offline.
Any questions?
I'll just add one little piece of context to that too. So on the single family home side of things, we have seen, and Brandy, I'm sure you can kind of see it if you zoom in on some of the subdivisions that are there, movement on Homestead Edition, which is by Savannah Brooks. So that's 60 single family lots. We're starting to get building permits on those being pulled. So we're expecting the developer to move through with those. So that's a positive movement. As well as actually the same developer on Tierney Crossing over by Fleet Farm has something that's called the Bollig Edition. There you go, it's being highlighted there. Those are getting ready for spring sales, so those will start to move. That's only 12, but it's certainly something. And then really positive progress for those of you who are more familiar with Heritage Gardens, which is a subdivision that has been had a number of approved, there you go, highlight again, approved lots that have sort of been sitting for a while. We've got, I think, a meeting later this month with a large scale builder who is going to be progressing on development of those this year too. So that's a positive trend on the single family side of things. Obviously, real estate development kind of runs in cycles. So with some of that movement kind of going forward, I think we may be running into a cycle that trends more single family. So.
Can I ask Alex, remind me, Heritage Gardens, is that over here or is that over by River Road?
Over here, south of Vinburn.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Brandy. You're up again. The presentation regarding the 2025 DeForest Housing Affordability Report and Housing Fee Report.
Okay, so I'm going to start out with the housing fee report. That one I can go through relatively very, very quickly. So state statute requires, now that our village is over 10,000 population, that we do these reports every year, present the reports to the village board, and then also we'll be providing these on our website for the community to review, and they will be posted up there all year and every year. So for the building permit fee report, basically, this is a report that consists of what we're currently charging for fee schedules for new development, improvements and things like that, on properties within the village, and what we collect funds for building permits. So included in this report is a portion of our fee schedule. That fee schedule is something that is approved by the village board. They're the fees that we set up for all of our applications, from development all the way through building permitting. And then also any impact fees, those are tracked through this process as well. So that way the community knows what kind of money we're bringing in and how that money is being used as part of those impact fees go. So a really high overview on this one, for building permit fees collected. We actually collected $1.3 million worth of fees for building permits and applications for 2025. It seems like a crazy high amount, but the large building permit fees that came in and came along with had a lot to do with large industrial use and also the multifamily uses, right? Because those permits, they're done, by unit or square footage, or, they're larger scale. And because we had more of that type of development this year than we did single family, is why we're seeing an increase in that total fee that was collected. Now, in those fees collected, those fees are also turned around to pay for building inspections and, anything that comes along with erosion control, all of that kind of stuff, any of the impact fees that need to be used, so on and so forth. So it's money that comes in, but it also transitions out to cover the consultants and resources that we use out there. Just a shout out, maybe Reese might already know this, but the total fee for the park improvement fees collected last year was $1.6 million, which is a pretty decent amount, for an impact fee that's coming in. It helps to pay to improve our parks throughout the community. So with all of that said, the average building permit, once it's broken down between all of the types of permits that we had out there, the average permit for a lot of the new construction was $3,200 per permit. So that's kind of where that's the average. Keep in mind, that is not what the larger units are paying, right? We're looking at multifamily permits. They're coming in at about 20,000 a piece per building for a permit on that side of things. So you can dive deeper into that report when you have a hard time falling asleep this evening. Housing affordability report. I will jet through this one as well. And if you have any questions for me, we can look at those when I'm all done. So one thing that, like I said, you notice is that the single family and the number of permits that we had this year, or I'm sorry, in 2025, was quite a bit less than what we've been averaging over the last few years. And some of that is, contributing to price of land, interest rates, availability of lots, within certain areas, cost of building supplies, things like that, right? But we also, in the real estate industry, you see the trends ebb and flow, right? You're going to ebb really high in single family for a while, but then you have to balance yourself out and allow units, for people that can't afford a home or don't want to commit to owning a home or anything like that. We're in the ebb and flow of coming off of, almost 90 single family permits, right? But then we've got several hundred of the multifamilies coming in. And so the system is kind of, it balances itself out and it corrects itself over time. And so the one thing that to keep in mind is the biggest number that most of the time we're looking for when we're trying to direct development from residential to commercial is, do we have a good balance? Residential to multifamily, do we have a good balance, right? And in 2000, 2010, and 2020, single family homes accounted for 61% of all the housing in the village. And for many, many, many years, Judd can probably attest this, that's kind of where the village has wanted to stay with the residential, is at least 60% single family home, right? So we've been able to stay in that. And then as of December 2025, single family homes represent 47%, but two family homes represent 16%. So condo development has gone up. People purchasing and having, being owner occupied in condos, condo development, we've had more of it. And the sales of that have increased here. So for the total of the two combined, between single family home and the two family homes is 63%. So we're still above that, number that of 60% that we've been trying to kind of, So that is that. Let's see here. I'm trying to make this really quick because I know we have a lot. Told you about the lots. The one thing we do have is we do have some goals set up, you know, that we always try to incorporate from our strategic plan and our comprehensive plan into, you know, housing development and things of that sort. And so we are going to be working through a lot of those throughout 2025. There's 573 available acres of land to build residential property on right now in all of the village, 573.12 to be precise. And the village does have its comprehensive plan. You guys are all familiar with what that is, and the future land use map in there. We do have not yet zoned for residential, but earmarked for residential as part of our future land use. 1,279 acres of land for residential development. But all of that is unimproved. There's no roads, no infrastructure. It's pretty much farmland right now, or commercial land, or some other type of developable land. So I'm going to leave that with you. Like I said, all of the fees, what we've collected, what we charge, everything is included in these reports. Those reports will be available online, and I do plan on emailing them to everybody on the board. And then I will also be providing it to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it's fast.
Thank you, Brandy. Guessing, is there any questions? Seeing none.
Alex stole my thunder about Heritage Gardens, by the way, which threw me off.
Yeah, good news. Thank you, Brandy. You can take a break now. So 7.1 is resolution 2026-022, a resolution directing the Director of Public Services to resume fluoridation of the village's public works system. We have a staff presentation followed by public appearances. I'm assuming we got public appearances in this folder right here, and then discussion and potential action. Bill, were you starting the discussion?
So this is a continuation of the conversation or the discussion on reintroducing fluoride additives into the village's water system. This was an item requested by the village board late last year. At that time, board had asked for staff to provide a report on the cost to reintroduce fluoride, and also provide some historical context in that report. You'll see that that is linked in the memo provided in this packet as titled January Staff Report. As a reminder, to be able to fully reintroduce fluoride to the system, there are deficiencies in wells number 2 and number 6, which would have to be upgraded to properly satisfy regulations and safety protections regarding separation of chemicals. That estimated cost was anywhere between $205,000 to $245,000. Kind of depending on design, equipment, and bid. So at the most recent meeting in January, staff was then directed to prepare a resolution for the village board to vote on, instructing staff to move forward with the process to reintroduce fluoride. That document is before you and was included in the packet. Since that time, and in additional discussion with DNR, we did learn that DNR would allow for a phased-in approach whereby the village could add fluoride to the wells that previously had fluoride, and be able to work on construction to wells 2 and 6 as part of that process, and introduce fluoride at a later time. A couple of concerns that we have with that, although we received email confirmation from DNR, specifically the statute or the DNR regulation requires for the system to have between 0.06 milligrams per liter and 0.08. Obviously, because of dilution in the water system, by doing a phased approach, we would not be able to meet that threshold until we have the full system online. So that's one consideration. I think the other consideration in this is in regards to timing, efficiency, and effectiveness. So whether we do a phased approach or whether we do the full approach, we will need to submit to DNR plan review and go through that process. We do have, in addition to physical construction for wells 2 and 6, there's some equipment that will need to be updated for wells 3 and 4, I believe. So just all things for consideration. The way that the resolution is written, it gives the Director of Public Services the discretion to take the steps. So if the board is wanting a specific direction in your motion, we would recommend that you make that that as part of your motion. In addition to the conversation in January, I believe it was asked by the board for staff to look into alternate options for fluoride-free water, or ability to provide that. In our research, the most common alternates were a reverse osmosis home system. As stated in the memo, a system would cost anywhere between $500 to $2,000 per unit, depending on the unit size and loads. And then the second alternate is providing bottled water. If the village board were to go down this route and providing some kind of program, we as staff do have questions about the parameters of the program and how we would implement such a program on a community-wide basis, which is something that we didn't do when fluoride was in the water previously. So I'll leave it there. I'll ask, happy to answer any questions. Judd's available, Greg's available from the operational side. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bill. You have a question for Bill?
Or Judd, just curious on the differentiation between the phased approach and then full approach, like on timeline. If you could, either one of you could speak if what that would look like.
So the full approach is probably early part of next year at the earliest that we would have the system refluoridated. The process to get approvals with the DNR can take some time, and then the state of Wisconsin, they have to approve the architectural engineering plans, right? Anytime we're working with a public building, it has to go through the state approval process for that. So those things take time. We have worked with an architect, our architect that we can work with from Veerbecker. They've begun to kind of preliminary gather the information to help expedite that process should the board decide we want to go forward with that. So that might shorten the time a little bit. But then once we get the approvals back from DNR in the state of Wisconsin, then we have to go for bid and then get on a contractor schedule. So that's why we're estimating probably the soonest to be earliest of next year. The opposite of the phased approach is we could contract with a vendor to install the equipment at wells 3 and 4. And that cost would be higher than if you did it as one full project, right? So if you put one bid out for all 4 wells at the same time, you're going to get a slightly better cost because you're not having to mobilize twice. With every construction project, there's mobilization efforts that happen. So that cost would be a little bit higher by going with the phased approach with 3 and 4, and then coming back with wells 2 and 6. And then the other thing that Bill talked about would be, we're just not equitably providing fluoride throughout the village if you do a phased approach, right? Wells 3 and 4, which are in the acre subdivision area and over by Liberty Park, they'll have majority fluoride, and folks in the southern area won't have any. So whereas if we go with a full approach, once we launch, everybody will have, and we'll be at the optimized level.
You good, Alicia, or you still have the floor? You still have the floor.
No, I think you answered really with the follow-up on really just talking about the levels, right? So if we did the phased approach, we wouldn't even be at the appropriate levels of fluoridation, just to clarify.
We would be under, but the DNR had confirmed that they would not hold us to the standard that they need to up front, knowing that we're working towards that, but we would not be at the optimal level that the DNR prescribes.
Brad?
And just clarifying that we can still apply for the grants that were previously talked about, even if we move forward now.
Yeah, so the grant, it opens up, I believe, annually, sometimes even more than once a year. The grant is good for the equipment. So if we took a phase approach and that equipment was hypothetically installed this summer, we would be able to apply for reimbursement of that equipment installed in the fall.
You good, Brad? Any other questions? I guess I have one, and Judd is for you. You mentioned that you'd have to get somebody to install pumps on well 3 and 4. I guess I wasn't expecting that because I thought there was pumps there already, or is it just like expect them to get them running?
So the pumps that we had were failing. So even last year when we first removed fluoride, when we were going through this process, the pumps were failing, which was part of the process of why this topic came up. Those pumps did start to fail, so we don't have those pumps any longer, nor do we have the tanks, right? So we need to reorder those and then have new connections made. So where the fluoride goes into the water, into that system, there's that apparatus is still there, but we still need to get piping, tubing, and make those connections happen. And then make sure the ventilation in each of these well houses is working sufficiently, because it is a very corrosive product, and we have to have appropriate ventilation to make sure that it's safe in there.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is wells 3 and 4 are relatively ready to take on pumps, and well 2 and 6 need additional work.
Right. There's actual full construction that needs to happen. Like a different room is built for well 2, and well 6, we have to reappropriate how that well house is set up to have a room that's designed for the fluoride itself as a separated area.
Okay. Thank you, Judd. Any questions? So we will move on to 7.1.2, which is public appearances. And I just guess I'll maybe look at Callie. I believe this is 3 minutes for each. And because this is an agenda topic, we can ask one question. Yep. And that's technically per trustee, correct? Yep. Okay, so that's the ground rules going into this. And I can let you know I have, I believe, 10 people wishing to speak. The first one is Chris McDonald, followed by Bernard Coxhead. I'm assuming Chris is online, or?
Chris, yeah, he is on, so should be ready to go.
Can you hear
Chris,
me
are you
okay,
there?
Kelly?
Yep. So please, as you know, state your name and municipality if you could.
You bet. Good evening. My name is Chris McDonald. I live at 4000 Longfellow Court in the village of Windsor. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. I'm in North Carolina for work, but I'm not sorry that I'm missing the weather that you guys have. I want to start by thanking the trustees who have, over the past couple months, directed staff to prepare this resolution you see before you to reintroduce fluoride. At the last meeting, I said that I understood restoring fluoride would take time, and I still understand that. No one really expects staff to snap their fingers and have this done tomorrow. I do have one concern reading the memo, and that's that the village may be moving toward tying fluoride reimplementation to the single longest lead time milestone before the board really has enough information to provide clear direction on phasing. The question the board should be asking is whether the village is going to prioritize the quickest, responsible reinstatement or default to the slowest path before you have the information needed to make this call. So tonight, trustees, I have 4 requests for you, please. First, I ask that the board approve this resolution and make clear that the goal is to restore fluoridation as quickly as is responsibly possible. Second, I ask that staff be directed to come back with a proposed project timeline comparing the available implementation paths, that is phasing and then all at one shot, and then identifying major milestones, approvals, and expected sequencing for each. Third, I ask that the village take this information and create a dedicated Engage DeForest page for this project with a timeline and published milestones similar to one that you had for the QTS project, and that the board or the village administrator provide monthly updates so the board and public can track progress and understand what's coming next. And lastly, I ask that the board direct staff to prepare a resolution authorizing application for any community water fluoridation grants that may become available, so the village is ready to act when these grant windows open. For example, if there's any leftover funds in this fiscal year, there may be another grant window that opens up in June. Let's not miss a third application window. Given the history of this issue, I believe the village should be over-communicating about the expected timeline and progress towards re-implementing fluoride. I want to thank you all again for bringing this resolution back. I know that this has been a year-long process, and I think everybody on both sides of this issue would really just like to move forward. So thank you for bringing this resolution back, and I look forward to you all as a board approving this tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any questions from trustees? Seeing none, again, thank you, Chris. Next up is Bernard Coxhead, followed by Rebecca Witherspoon. Again, Bernard, I think you know the drill. Name and municipality, please.
Good evening. My name is Bernard Coxhead, and I'm a resident of the Village of DeForest, 809 Liberty Drive. I'm here tonight to address the board's continued consideration of reintroducing fluoridation into our public water systems and the expenditure of taxpayer funds to do so. At this moment, several critical facts cannot be ignored. First, there's a pending litigation before the Dane County Circuit Court with a hearing scheduled April 9th. The case does not ask the court to decide the science of fluoridation. It asks only whether it's reasonable and lawful for the village to proceed at this time under the current circumstances. Second, I submit a public records request on February 18th, followed by a formal follow-up on February 25th, requesting the opportunity to inspect records related to this issue, including actions taken, expenditures associated with, and the removal or reintroduction of fluoridation. As of today, I have not been provided access to those records, nor a date of inspection, nor a timeline for compliance. Under Wisconsin law, those records must be made available as soon as practicable and without delay. Yet, here we are, weeks later, and no access to or timeline. As a result, I'm now being placed in a position where I may be forced to file an additional motion before the court to compel compliance, simply to obtain records that should already have been made available. This is an unnecessary burden on both the court and the taxpayers of the village, and it should not be required. Third, the federal government through EPA is actively conducting an updated scientific review of fluoride in drinking water, and there's ongoing federal litigation concerning its potential health impacts. These issues are current, active, and unresolved. Given these facts, the questions before the board is not whether fluoridation may be appropriate in general. The question is reasonable, prudent, and fiscally responsible to move forward now before the court has ruled, the requested records have been made available, and the federal review has been completed. Proceeding under these circumstances exposes the village to unnecessary legal risk, financial risk, and public concern. This is not about preventing it forever. It's about pausing action until the facts are fully known and the legal process is complete. Once funds are spent and systems are modified, those decisions cannot easily be undone. So I respectfully ask the board, do not take further action to reduce fluoridation, do not expend additional public funds, and maintain the status quo until the court has ruled, the records have been made fully disclosed, and the federal review process has concluded. This is the most responsible and defensible course of action. In my 12 seconds, leader, God forbid you ever have kidney disease. I have it. Even on the possibility that it could create more harm to you, God forbid that you're drinking fluoridated water.
Thank you, Bernard. Is there any questions of trustees? So next is Rebecca Witherspoon, followed by, no, I just asked if there's questions, so thank you, Bernard. Next is Rebecca, followed by Dawn Clements.
My name is Rebecca Witherspoon. I'm a DeForest resident. My address is on the form. Tonight's decision is not happening in a vacuum. It is unfolding in the middle of active legal, regulatory, and personal health considerations that this board cannot responsibly ignore. Right now, there is an ongoing legal action seeking a temporary restraining order to pause reintroduction of hydrofluorosilicic acid into our water. A hearing is already scheduled in early April. At the same time, the EPA is actively fast-tracking, trying to determine if and at what level municipal water fluoridation is even safe. That's not hypothetical. Those are both imminent. So the question before you tonight is not simply about fluoride. It is about timing, judgment, and whether this board is willing to move forward with a costly and consequential action while the court is actively considering whether it should be stopped, and while the EPA is actively trying to determine if and at what level municipal water fluoride is even safe. Moving forward now creates the appearance, whether intended or not, of an end run around the legal and regulatory process. In addition to that, I formally submitted a notice of foreseeable harm and a request for accommodation under the ADA. The village has asked me to provide medical documentation, and I am in the process of obtaining that from my physician. But I want to be very clear about what this means for you. You have already been put on notice that there are residents who have documented health concerns that may be impacted by this decision. That triggers a responsibility, not later, not after the fact, but now, to proceed with caution, reintroducing a substance into the public water supply that I and others cannot avoid while my accommodation request is still being evaluated raises serious legal and ethical concerns. Water is not optional. There is no meaningful way to opt out. That makes this fundamentally different from almost any other public policy decision you make. So when you combine these three things, active litigation with a pending hearing, evolving federal review of water fluoridation safety, and a formal ADA-related health concern already before you, the responsible course of action becomes very clear. Pause. Not permanently, not ideologically, but prudently. Wait for the court to rule. Wait for updated federal guidance. Allow the accommodation process to be completed. If after all of that, the science, the law, and the circumstances support moving forward, you can revisit the decision with far greater clarity and far less risk. This is not just about whether you can move forward tonight. It's not about politics and it's not about personalities. It is about whether, given everything you know, whether you should. I urge you to do the right thing and to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Is there questions from trustees? Thank you again, Rebecca. Up next is Dawn, followed by Mark Storch.
My name is Dawn Clemens. I live in the village of DeForest for 48 years. I'm a taxpayer and a resident. A year ago, this board voted to remove the fluoride. It's very rare that within a year they're going to, that you should change your mind. It just seems like it's being pushed by people who perhaps do not pay taxes here in DeForest, who are not residents of DeForest. And I appreciate you all listening to them, and I think they have great ideas, but I don't think anybody should address this board, who are very, very knowledgeable, very intelligent, and tell them you should do 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're not residents. We are. And I really believe strongly that you need to listen to your residents. When this came about a year ago, the vote was 4-3. One of the people who voted to take the fluoride out is a doctor, Tashidra. I appreciated listening to a doctor. She knows about health. Nobody else here does. And I think she did a great job. And thank you, Tashidra. I might not have thanked you before. We all pay, looking at the $245,000 that it could cost to do this, doesn't sound like a lot of money. But to us taxpayers, every year our taxes go up and people are complaining. And doing this adds to our taxes, and it adds to the taxes of people who live here, who are residents. And it's just not fair that people who aren't residents and taxpayers can decide this for us. Also, I believe it was addressed, and I'm not going to address it again, but the ways that it has to be done seems to be a lot of work for our village people who are overwhelmed with work to do now. And myself, if I have to get reverse osmosis, I can pay up to $2,000. Listening to the program last year and the doctors and the for and against, I found out that arthritis can be caused by fluoride, or it makes it worse. I have arthritis, severe arthritis. My fingers are so bent I can hardly use them. And I think, as previous people have spoken, you need to really look at the health of the residents also. I don't have a choice if there's fluoride put back in the water, but people have a choice to buy toothpaste and mouthwash, which is much, excuse me, I'm nervous.
Excuse me, Dawn, your time has expired.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dawn. Trustees, is there any questions to Dawn?
I don't have any questions, but I do like to say thank you so much for your words. But for a point of clarification, I do have a doctorate. It is in educational leadership. So I spend my time educating, training, and doing that. I have been a nurse for over 23 years. So that does make me knowledgeable as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Tashidra.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. Up next is Mark, followed by Chris Kamer.
And I know the drill too. Mark Stork, 616 Jefferson Street. I would like to also thank you all for bringing this subject back up. I am a resident, I pay taxes here, and I believe we need to have fluoride in our water. I also believe that the points that Chris McDonald made this morning or this evening are very legitimate and are the things that you as trustees need to explore. I was disappointed when I looked at the proposal from the village administration because it lacks specificity as to costs or timeline, and I appreciate you asking for that information. That will be critical going forward. I also was disappointed in some ways that this presentation from the village administration over time seems to be biased towards not reintroducing fluoride. They give a lot of reasons why not to, or pose things in ways that seem to make it difficult. That is not the purpose of this discussion. Additionally, you're presented with two options of ways to handle individuals that would not like to have fluoride. Those options were cost prohibitive and are not well spelled out as to how you administer them. Obviously, if you were to go down that path, much more research and guidelines would need to be created by someone. I would also like to point out that the two trustees who asked for those options to be provided are the very ones who voted to remove fluoride when the decision came up. And over the course of a year, because it's been a year, no one asked, what can we do for people that would like fluoride in their water? We've never had that discussion. So given this, I strongly urge you tonight to vote to move forward, to continue this journey, and to get more detailed information to bring back something that we had and no one had any issues with until it came up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any questions of trustees?
I did have a question. Thank you, Mark. You said that one thing that the board did not do was to find out what we could do for people to get them fluoride.
Yes.
Since the fluoride has been taken out.
Correct.
I don't think as a board, there's really a lot that we would need to do. I personally think that toothpaste and mouthwash and are readily available at a low cost. And for the people that you say that maybe can't afford it, many of those people have benefits that are provided for them for dental. So I think that that was maybe the reason for that. And I just, that's what I want to point out.
I would be curious if any of the rest of you felt that same way.
Can I speak to it? I think one area from working with Medicaid clients in the community that grossly lacks in the state is actually dental. And a lot of people who have dental services through the state have to go not within area, have to go find providers who are not even in DeForest. I know personal families I've helped who have to travel to Milwaukee. So that's very cost prohibitive for families who are already struggling financially. So and that's just from being out and talking to people as a community health worker. So I don't know if anyone want to speak to that, but I would counter that argument.
I'm just cautionary because right now we're in public comment, so we need to form this in a form of a question, or we'll need to table this. I shouldn't say table it, but take this up during, and I guess Tashidra, could I ask you to please note Mark's question and we will continue to discuss it once we get to the discussion?
You betcha. I have a question and I'm a rule follower, so I will pose it in the form of a question. This discussion has been over a year and my question is twofold. One, have you attended every meeting that we've had as it pertains to fluoride, and or have you reviewed all the videos as it pertains to the fluoride discussion?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Then my follow-up question is, do you remember me saying in one or many of those meetings, we need to figure out what we're going to do for people who don't want fluoride in their water, and or if we keep it, we need to figure out what we're going to do for people who do want fluoride.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out. I did say that because I always look at both sides of the wheel. So that was my question. Thank you.
And can I respond to Jen's question? In that I currently have dental insurance, and every time I go in, I can pay $40 extra to have fluoride added. It's not free.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Mark. So Chris Amers up next, followed by Morgan Brook.
Hi, I'm Chris Kammer. I'm a dentist from Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm back in front of the board. It's so nice to be here. Wow. I sometimes wonder why are you even talking about fluoride? Because fluoride in the water is going to give you a 25% reduction of cavity risk, whereas I brought a solution to the board to get 96% reduction of risk. And guess what? It doesn't cost anything. The state will pay for it. So I am one of those dentists, and I'm in Madison. So and I serve the underserved and the state aid people. So so the 96% reduction is what I'm talking about, and that's why I'm here again. The state pays for it. You know, I to topically put it on, and everybody would agree that to topically put it on is way more effective than to drink it. Got to, you know, and so the best thing about silver diamine fluoride, which is what I'm talking about, it's a topical application. The state pays for it. All employer insurances pay for it. And so that's a lot of people right there that can get that. And it's more effective than having fluoride in the water. So I'm here again. I just want to stop cavities. Okay. I'm a dentist. I want to stop cavities. Everyone agrees we should stop cavities, right? Yay. Amen to that. And for the kids, it's way more effective for the kids. Let's use the topical fluoride, which is the SDF, and then they don't have to drink the fluoride water. It's not even that effective anyway. And think how much you're going to have to pay for it to put it back in. So I am concerned about that. I want the best for the kids, and I want the best for use your finances as efficiently as possible. So the Environmental Protection Agency is working on this, okay? And they're trying to create the gold standard for what's going on with these fluoride discussion. And they're working on that right now, and they're trying to fast track it. They know how important this is to everybody. You cannot make a decision right now responsibly until you hear the results of what they have to say. And all dentists should care about that. I mean, when it comes to childhood development and maternal and infant health, if there's a risk, we got to know about it. And it sounds like that more and more evidence is coming in, there's potentially a risk. I think everybody should care about that a lot. So we got to wait till the Environmental Protection Agency finishes their review, and it's in the process of happening now, and they're fast tracking it because it's so important. So before you spend more money, I urge DeForest to wait for this report. You got to wait. You cannot vote on this now. And wouldn't it be foolish if you vote on it now and then the report comes out and you put it in and then you got to take it out again? You got to wait for this report.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yep. Thank you, Chris. We do have one question, and then Deshidra, then Brad.
My question is, you are a dentist and you practice in Madison, and you do provide services for individuals who may have no insurance or Medicaid, Medicare, different things of that nature.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Madison is not in Milwaukee. Perfect, thanks.
So yeah, state aid. If you're talking about like state aid, Badger Care, Forward Health, I do take that. And the comment was that it's hard to find someone that'll take it. I take it. I'll find people. I've offered DeForest this solution. I will come into the schools with an army of trained people to deliver the medicine to the children's teeth. If we really care about the children's teeth, which I think we do, that's going to give you 96% reduction of risk. If this whole, sometimes it feels like this is a political discussion and it's not about the kids. Let's make it about the kids. Let's get the kids the best care they can get. And I will help bring it to you. And the state pays for it.
Thank you, Chris. There was another question by Brad.
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I read the documents from that you provided us last time. It was very helpful to see the program. I think there's a multi-factor approach that we can take. However, so my question is, you seem like you're paying attention to the EPA, and would you agree that they have gutted many of their scientists and experts in the agencies right now? That how trustworthy is their opinion at this point?
I don't know. It's kind of all we got. I mean, it's like, do you trust the government? I mean, there's people on both sides of that. So I'm going to expect that they're going to do the best they can the environmental protection. That's our government. They're looking out for us. I hope that's true. I know that the ADA is very concerned that they have the right protocol and the right, the science to make that decision. So I hope that there'll probably be discussions on both sides of it, but I think you got to wait for the decision, because I wouldn't want you to waste your money on something that if you want to spend money, let's get into the schools. Let's give the kids the topical care that really works and not be fussing. And I'll just real quick, I'm a dentist. I do care about the people that don't want fluoride in their water. That might get me, I'll probably be the least popular dentist among dentists, but I care about those people, especially when there's better ways of reducing decay risk. And it is with what I've described, and I appreciate you mentioning the report that I gave.
Thank you, Chris, for answering Brad's question.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I see no other questions. So up next is Morgan Brook, followed by Joe Dish.
I have to push a button.
It is green already, so you're good.
Perfect. My name is Morgan Brook. I reside at 920 Liberty Drive. I also pay my taxes. I'm a mom, a community member, a dental hygienist with 14 years of clinical experience. I'm here once again to express my strong support for the reintroduction of community water fluoridation. I want to be very clear, the scientific and dental communities are united in their mission to improve public health. In dentistry, our goal is prevention, just as Dr. Kammer said. I just have a different view compared to him. We strive to help individuals live free from tooth decay, free from dental pain, and with the ability to eat and speak properly. Oral health is not cosmetic, it is essential to overall health and quality of life. Community water fluoridation is one of the most effective preventative measures available. It is safe, evidence-based, and designed to benefit everyone in a community. It does not rely on access to care, compliance, or income level. It reaches all residents equally. As dental professionals, we are the ones diagnosing and treating cavities every single day. We see firsthand the impact of both prevention and the lack of it. That perspective matters. From a financial standpoint, water fluoridation is also the most effective investment in public oral health. For comparison, a single topical fluoride treatment at my office costs $58. So the estimated $250,000 cost to update our wells and reintroduce fluoridation equates to approximately 4,300 fluoride treatments topically. That would not even cover half of the DeForest population, and that would be a one-time application. Water fluoridation, by contrast, provides continuous long-term protection for the entire community. It is also important to understand that fluoride works in two complementary ways. When ingested at optimal levels through drinking water, fluoride becomes incorporated into developing teeth, strengthening them from within. Topical fluoride, such as treatments or toothpaste, strengthens the outer enamel and helps protect against daily exposure to sugars and acids. Both forms are important and they work best together. Community water fluoridation is not a new or experimental practice. It has been extensively studied and consistently shown to be safe, effective, and one of the most impactful public health measures available for preventing dental disease. As both a clinician and a member of this community, I strongly encourage you to support the reintroduction of water fluoridation. In terms of silver diamine, I encourage you to look at pictures of children who have had that applied. If there is active decay in that child's mouth, their teeth will turn black in those areas. I've actually taken a class by Dr. Kammer in which he had talked about that, showed many pictures, and told us how to benefit from using silver diamine. I do not want the kids in this community to suffer anymore. I see this every single day. These are my patients. Not a single one of them have asked me to not advocate for them here. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Is there any questions? Thank you again. Joe, is Joe here? Thank you. And after Joe is Brenda Studemeyer.
Hey, my name is Joe Dish. I'm a 25-year homeowner at 213 South Main Street here in DeForest.
Sorry to interrupt, Joe. Could you pull it a little bit closer?
Sorry. Repeat. Joe Dish, 213 South Main Street. Bottom line for me is people should have the right to decide what goes into their bodies. Fluoride is a perfect example. There is evidence that certain forms of fluoride, especially used topically, have dental benefits, but there is also a growing body of evidence connecting fluoride with a variety of health problems, thyroid, endocrine issues, kidney, liver, brain development, bone health. So, sorry, I lost my train of thought. That's basically all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Is there questions? Thank you, Joe. Up next is Brenda, followed by Sheila Howe.
Brenda Studemeyer, 1278 Doty Street, Green Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. When new evidence challenges longstanding practices, it's natural to feel resistance, but public health has always evolved this way, by updating decisions when better science becomes available. Most of you know me as the Wisconsin mom who brought a federal case against the EPA on fluoride's neurotoxicity. After 7 years of litigation, the court concluded water fluoridation at 0.7 milligrams per liter presents an unreasonable risk to injury and health. Standards for lead poisoning, PFAS contamination, arsenic, and asbestos were all ultimately set through litigation. When the science became impossible to ignore, that is exactly where we are at now with fluoride. The real issue is not whether fluoride levels are monitored, it's total exposure and dose. People drink different amounts of water. Children swallow toothpaste. Fluoride accumulates in bone over a lifetime and is released during pregnancy, exposing the developing fetus at a critical stage. Bottle-fed infants get 70 times more fluoride than breastfed infants. This is not abstract. It's about real people. A few meetings ago, I raised concerns about fluoride and bone health. Since then, a member of your leadership stepped down over a hip issue. I'm not saying fluoride caused it, but science shows the pelvis is particularly sensitive to fluoride. That alone should make us pause. Dr. Chris Kammer has attended numerous meetings offering a safer, direct way to support dental health through pop-up clinics without exposing the entire village to a chemical linked to neurodevelopmental and skeletal harm. There is credible evidence linking fluoride at 0.7 milligrams per liter with reduced IQ and increased bone fragility. The National Toxicology Program identified multiple studies at this level. Now you're being asked to spend over $200,000 to add fluoride back into the water while water rates are rising and critical infrastructure still needs funding. Based on the science and the federal court decision, national fluoride standards are likely to be lowered, potentially to 0.2 milligrams per liter within the next few years. If that happens, this money will have been spent and wasted. So the question is not just, is fluoride safe? It is it responsible to spend this kind of money now when more urgent needs go unmet and a safer, lowered standard is likely on its way? When credible evidence of harm, regulatory uncertainty, and significant costs all align, the responsible decision is to wait. Prioritize safety, fiscal responsibility, and the well-being of your community. Don't let a small but vocal group of misinformed voices push this forward. Please check out fluoridelawsuit.com/science for my archive of primary research. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Is there any questions? Thank you. Sheila? And you are the last one on this topic.
I'm Sheila Howe. I live in the village for the last 15 years. And here we go again. This is a total waste of time and money to revisit this issue. We already made a decision. We sat here through all of the presentations, which a lot of you maybe haven't seen yet. The new board members, I suggest you really watch everything before you make this decision. There is the new information coming out. So I just want you to know, once again, I do not consent to being medicated by the hydrofluorosilicic acid that you're calling fluoride in our water. It is a byproduct of the fertilizer industry. It eats away the concrete in the wells and around the well pumps and the concrete. They have to wear hazmat suits when they administer it to our water supply. It is not safe to handle. It's not healthy. The science is there. It builds up in our systems. You've heard all this. So there are warnings on our tubes of toothpaste. Are you going to put warnings all around town? Little signs letting people know not to drink too much water because you're already brushing your teeth, because there's no way to really regulate how much fluoride we're getting when it's in our water. It's coming in through our skin. So that's it. Please hold off on this decision. There's a lot of really good points made in regards to holding off, waiting. There's a lot of people in town who do not like fluoride. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Is there questions? Thank you. We are on the next item, which is discussion and possible action. Any trustees want to open the discussion or make a motion?
I'll open the discussion. There are a couple of areas of concern that I have and a lack of consistency in how we handle issues in our village. First, I would like to say that our residents should have the loudest voice. Individuals outside of our community, while their information is needed and we like it, I think that they shouldn't have the biggest sounding board. But the discrepancy that I see in this topic and other topics is, we heard, and I hate to bring this up, but with the data center, we heard that we should pause, wait for the research, see what's going on, make sure that we're moving forward judiciously and prudently. And yet with this topic, I'm hearing steamroll ahead, move, implement it as fast as possible. And that's dangerous. That's a dangerous thing. And it makes us seem capricious, or, when we want something, we bully and we push forward. But when we need to pause, why can't we just pause? I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying we have the EPA expediting research. We have individuals that have requested information and haven't yet gotten all that they need. There's a lot of different factors that's going on right now. And while I may not be a doctor, I didn't want to be one. I got enough in my family, okay? But I have been a nurse, okay, for 23 years. And I've seen what happens to people who get things that they shouldn't have in their system. When you have health issues, you are at great risk. But more importantly, I'm a scholar and I love research. No information is stagnant. We are constantly learning and growing and putting forth. And I keep hearing the word best practice. The best practice is to continue to learn and grow and implement information as it comes along. And while we may have done this in the past, what is going on now? And we should pause and look at that information, look at that data to make sure that we are ultimately doing what's best for our community. There is a neighboring community. What are they doing with their water supply? Do they have fluoride in their water? Are they talking to their constituents? You know, because their constituents are definitely over here talking about what we should be doing. That's one point. And so, not to sit on a soapbox too long, but as an educator, as a scholar, and as a researcher, I would suggest that we pause. The other thing that I hear loud and clear is that we want everybody to have it and for it to be equitable. Well, if we move for it right now, it won't be equitable. And all of our residents won't be getting it. So once again, we're not doing what we should be doing. If we want this for our residents, then all of our residents should get it. And we shouldn't piecemeal it together. We shouldn't move forward just because somebody went outside and talked to DNR and now we can skirt around things. I love my residents. And if one gets it, they all should get it. Or now we're looking like we're not functioning as a unit. So there's a lot of issues that I still vote no. I will always vote no because I have been forced to get shots that I don't want just to provide for my family. I don't want anybody in this village forced to take a foreign substance against their will. And we've had tons of studies over the years where science has been put on people without their knowledge and with their knowledge and has done irreparable damage, not just to that person, but to the community, and generational trauma is real.
Thank you, Tashidra. Other trustees? I guess I go back to the question brought up by Mark as far as did we follow up? I know I mentioned it a few times and I was personally hoping it would come up at a topic on agenda, but I obviously did not control the agenda. But I was hoping that after we did remove fluoride, that we could have talked about ways that we could have helped our residents, and it was never put on the agenda. So I regret that that did not happen. Colleen?
A lot of the people we've heard from tonight have indicated that they've been 40, 20, 12-year, whatever residents of the village. Not on my A game tonight. I should have caught it earlier. I don't know if I'm allowed to go backwards and ask questions, but my question is for people who have lived in this village for a number of years. Fluoride's been in the system for a number of years. My question is, what did you do prior to the fluoride being taken out? Can I ask?
I think we're supposed to keep it to the board. I mean, I can answer.
Okay, that's fine, but that's my question. If you've lived here for 20 years and fluoride was in the system, what did you do prior to a year or so ago when fluoride was taken out of the system? That's, I guess.
I've been here for 20 years.
We gotta.
Yep. I've been here for 20 years and I can tell you I do not drink the water. I have a filter system that I use and I spend my own money, Amazon, ordering my filters. So I do not drink the water. So I don't have a stake in it one way or the other because I don't drink the water. The reason I vote the way that I do is because I've had many constituents say they do not want it. And even if it was one constituent that said they did not want it, no means no, period.
Thank you, Colleen. Colleen still has the floor.
I wanted to answer. I can answer.
You wanted to answer? Okay.
So
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jan.
I'll answer the question. So I've been in the village for most of my 60 years. And some of that time there was no fluoride in the water when I was a child. Some of that time I did live in Vienna and I was on well water. And I do want to say that when I had my children, they were on well water. And now I'm starting to wonder with all the tests and all the research that's gone on and information that we're getting. Is that why they have such high IQs? I don't know. And now I feel that I have learned so much because so much information has been put in front of us for the last year and a half or whatever it's been, that even though I didn't do anything before, I personally do not want fluoride in my body anymore. So I have been drinking bottled water up until the time we took it out. And now I will go to a system if we happen to put it back in.
Okay.
I think a lot of it is people just becoming aware, especially the last few years, of what fluoride can actually do to your body, especially as a woman.
I actually was not aware of that. And at the time that this was an original discussion, I did check with 3 new mothers and asked, did your obstetricians, are your pediatricians, anybody asking you questions about whether or not you consume fluoride while pregnant, or whether your babies are, whether you're breastfeeding or not? And they all said, no, it was never brought up. So I was just curious. I mean, you know, it's been in the system for a while and people are allowed to make their choices, and just wondering what people did prior to.
Thank you, Colleen. Brad?
I want to make a motion to approve resolution 2026-022, directing the Director of Public Service to resume fluoridation in a phased approach.
Second.
Motion by Brad, seconded by Alicia. Continued discussion. I guess, can I ask for some clarification? So this phased approach, or what is the resolution in front of us? Does it talk about timelines?
The resolution does not have a timeline or specificity about phase approach. So if you want to make that a part of your motion, you should do so.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just add, we will, if the resolution passes and you are directing me to put fluoride back in, I don't like to let things linger. I will work as quickly as I can to get that implemented back in. Like I said, we've already started that conversation with our architects. So these things can move as quickly as we can get them through the system, but it does take time.
Okay. Sounds like we're good with the way the motion was written. Can I ask for a roll call vote?
Did he get a second?
I second.
Yes, she did. Okay.
Are we ready for a roll call? Okay. Trustee Simpson,
No.
trustee Stefan Hagenhahn,
No.
trustee Williams,
Aye.
trustee Allen,
No.
trustee Cords,
Yes.
trustee Little.
Aye.
Motion ties 3-3, which means motion fails.
Okay. I think we move on, or do we? Thank you. 7.2 is a resolution 2026-023. A resolution adopting a cooperative plan between the town of Westport, city of Madison and Middleton, and the village of DeForest and Wanakee. Bill Chang, you were going to start with staff presentation.
So as you know, the town of Westport has submitted their petition to incorporate into a village. As part of that process, they reached out to the number of communities or municipalities that border the town of Westport in effort to come to an agreement on where the future boundaries will be in order to gain support or to minimize opposition to their petition as part of that process. And so over the last half year, we've been negotiating what potentially a cooperative plan would look like. The final draft of that cooperative plan is included in your packet as it relates to specifically the village of DeForest and the town of Westport. The village, there will be approximately 160 acres that will transfer from Westport to DeForest upon them incorporating as a village. This 160 acres was identified in the village's comprehensive plan, future land use area as residential. So if you know where River Road is and where that intersects with Highway 19, it's to the northwest of that quadrant, just west of River Road. In addition to that, the village board did request for community separation. And so they did list, provide an exhibit of approximately 250 acres of community separation, which most of that land is currently encumbered by conservation or non-development easements. So at this point, the plan did go to public hearing. There were, I believe, 3 or 4 comments submitted primarily regarding relations and properties within the Waunakee area and not impacting the DeForest portion of the agreement. Am I forgetting anything here? So this plan is going to the number of parties that are currently involved in the cooperative plan, that being Town of Westport, City of Madison, City of Middleton, Village of Waunakee, and then of course Village of DeForest. If approved by all of the jurisdictions, the plan would then be submitted to the Department of Administration. I believe there's some time frame in here whereby objectors could petition for a referendum. Following submittal of the plan, Westport would move forward in their petition for incorporation, and upon a successful petition for incorporation, this plan, if approved, would take effect. So I'll leave it there. A lot of information, a lot of maps. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. And I will note there is nobody here for public appearances, so we are on to discussion and potential or possible action. Anybody want to open the floor or make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2026-023.
Second.
Motion by Colleen, seconded by Jan. Any discussion? I guess I do have a bit of discussion. I wanted to mention, you mentioned how the village requested the community separation, and I also wanted to note that that's been in plans for a long time. I know that was part of the discussion and included in the future urban development area. So I think it's been nice to see that continuing, and it now will be pretty much locked in by these agreements. So again, that's great. And I want to thank you, Bill, for sharing some of the comments. I think I had 4 and a couple of them were included in the plan, mostly visual. And I do want to just bring up a couple other comments because I don't know if I ever brought it up in a public forum. That I was hoping to preclude solar farms as happening in the preservation area. I was told we were not allowed to do that because of utility, probably statutes. I don't know, Gail, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues where there's a lot of local opposition to certain types of developments. It started with power plants back in the probably 1960s. Then what happens is that the state legislature, or in some cases the federal government, step in and preempt local control over certain types of things. Solar farms and wind farms have been added to that list of things where local control really is gone. It's up to the PSC to determine where they get to go.
Thank you. And the other thing I wanted to note, I was concerned for the improvement of River Road and how that would be funded and different things. And the wording was added at least in part to that, the improvement would be allowed. I guess it's still a question how it would be funded if it ever came to be improved. I don't know, Bill, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so we discussed this at length about potentially what the impacts of bringing in the whole road, the whole right of way versus kind of half the road. And the reasoning behind bringing the full right of way from there's about 500 feet from the roundabout before it includes the full right of way. And the reason being is because of future development and having access control for that. Historically, in the village, we've required that the developer provide road improvements as part of their development. And so we didn't see a reason why that would change here in the case that there is development on the west side of River Road. And so we determined and concluded that having that access instead of having to go back to what would be a future village to get that access provided us more ability to control how that road looks like, how that gets shaped in the future.
So the plan shows it to the center line of the road or to the right of way now? I guess
I believe the plan shows it to the right of the complete right of way. I can bring that up.
I guess I thought it was a center line before, but I. It's a very encompassing plan, isn't it, Bill?
Yeah, I apologize for slow tracking you.
Nope, and I apologize for not bringing this up to you ahead of time. As you look forward, it sounds like it was taken into account or at least thought of, so.
It's the same language.
The sheeter does have it up on the screen. It looks like it goes to the road right away.
Yeah, so it's the entire width of the portion of River Road north of Dane County tax parcel 066 /0809 -014 -8295 which is that house, the first house immediately north of that roundabout. So there north is the entire right of way, and there south it includes no right of way.
Okay. So I guess in the future, if or when that gets improved, that would be a discussion with Westport.
Oh, let's see here. So the question becomes this portion of highway in south, whether that's within DOT jurisdiction or not, and whether that's going to be a village or town expense, and how much of that is within DOT right away, DOT responsibility at the time that the infrastructure is improved. We know that if it's triggered by development, DOT would likely want that to be a development cost. But if it's a DOT project, there's different funding mechanisms for that. So anything north of this would be either village costs or village would defer to the developer for improvement of that road. So that would be offsite improvements associated with any kind of development, whether it be in this area here, currently in Westport to come to DeForest, or improvements over here on this side, and how that connection to River Road looks like.
Thank you for bringing that up under discussion, Bill. So any other questions, or we do have the motion on the table? Okay, so I will call the question, and all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. New business is 8.1, discussion and possible action regarding the process of filling the vacancy of the office of the village board president. Bill Chang and Callie is gonna lead the staff presentation.
So as the memo states, obviously, well, first of all, let's back up here. And we did receive that resignation from Jane on effective March 5th from the village board president seat. In the event of a vacancy on a village board seat, the village board can either appoint, let it go to special election, or leave it vacant until the next election being the general election in November. So I think that's the first decision that I think this board needs to make, is whether you want to appoint, whether it be a member of the board, which is what board has historically done in the past when there was a vacancy previously. Appoint, you can decide what that appointment process looks like, or who that pool of candidate could be. If you want to start a special election, we do need to bring a resolution to that effect. So there's a timing aspect of that, in that I believe it has to be 62 to 72 days from the resolution that we need to hold that election. So there's, depending on what you want to do to fill the vacancy, we can provide additional information and have that discussion. Do ask that if there's any extended time in filling the vacancy, that we decide on an appointment for an interim village board president. There is continuing responsibilities that we need to be able to implement to keep the village running. And so that's one thing that I do ask. If you were to make an appointment this evening, I would suggest that the board make nominations, provide those nominations an opportunity to speak on whether they would accept or decline. And then from there, there'll be a motion and a second on a particular member, and voting from there if appointment is the way that you desire to go this evening. So again, in statute, there's no specific way to appoint. That decision is yours.
Thank you, Bill. Kelly, was there anything more you wanted to add? Okay. Any questions of staff before we move on to the public appearances? Okay. So we do have a few people wishing to speak. First up is, I believe this is Chris McDonald. Sorry, I'm losing your name on the form. And then after Chris is Abby Lori. So Chris, are you there, or you working on unmuting him? Yeah. Yep, it looks like you're available now, Chris. Yep. So again, this is a 3-minute and follow-up questions. Go ahead when you're ready, Chris.
Good evening. My name is Chris McDonald. I live at 4000 Longfellow Court in the Village of Windsor. And I just wanted to maybe make a couple points that I'm sure the board will talk about. But I think at the beginning of the meeting, or maybe in the work session, Callie had mentioned that ballots for the election have already been mailed out this year. So people are actively voting in the current election to choose their representation. And we know that this board will likely look different after the April 7th election. And I think it would be prudent for this village board not to make a permanent selection at this meeting while people are actively voting, but wait and let a future board in 2026, pick their leadership moving forward, and in a roundabout way, let the community pick who they want making that decision. So just a thought that if you guys do decide, it sounds like staff is hot to get somebody in there that can sign paperwork and set up agendas. Maybe consider appointing somebody as an acting president until the April 21st agenda. Let voters have their say on who they want making this choice on the board, and then make the ultimate decision when a new board is seated on the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any questions from the board? Nope. Thank you again, Chris. Next up is Abby Laurie, followed by Dawn Clemens. Oops, sorry. We have a question for you, Chris, if you're still there.
Hello.
Yes.
Yep.
I have a question for you that I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. And this is just for my own point of reference, just so that I fully understand. You, in your speaking, you've made a lot of assertions as to what we should do and how we should proceed here in DeForest. Yet you live in Windsor. So I have a twofold question. One, just your vocability in how vocal you are in our community. I'm trying to understand that. And then I also want to know how vocal, and this is just for my own information, how vocal you are at your Windsor board meetings. Do you attend all of those and speak so powerfully and consistently with all of their meetings as well?
Yeah, I appreciate the compliment about how powerful I talk to Shidra. I do attend the Windsor board meetings often when there's an agenda item that impacts me, and I let them know what I think about items. The reason I come to the DeForest board meeting is, and I've said this in the past, is because you make decisions that impact my family, and they're decisions that I don't agree with. My kids go to school in this school district. So even though I can't vote for you, and I probably wouldn't, you make decisions that impact my kids, and I will continue to advocate for people that make good decisions, and I will continue to lobby as long as I can come to the board and make those decisions and advocate for things that I believe in. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Chris. Abby, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Abby Lowry. I live in the Village of DeForest, taxpayer here. So I want to take you back to 2016. I was actually like in your shoes on the village board. The police chief at that time was investigated and found to have known about and allowed harassment within the police department, had made a racist video ridiculing Black men at a restaurant, and had shared confidential video evidence involving a victim with unauthorized individuals. I remember that some of my colleagues on the village board at that time immediately recognized the hurt and damage caused by the police chief and wanted him removed from office, removed from that position, while other fellow trustees did not seem very concerned and wanted him to continue as police chief. With a 4-2 vote, the village board filed a complaint against the police chief. Later, a severance agreement was reached and he resigned. The only member of the village board from 2018 who is still on the board today is Colleen Little. She was one of the other trustees that joined me in voting in favor of filing a complaint against the police chief. She had no tolerance for harassment. She still doesn't. One lesson I learned from that time period is that elected officials have a responsibility to not only make good decisions for the benefit of the community, but also prevent bad decisions from being made. Why am I sharing this? Because Colleen Little and Jim Simpson are the only trustees, as far as the memo says, have expressed interest in being appointed to the vacant village president position. Just a few months ago, several village residents, myself included, had experienced harassment instigated or encouraged by two former trustees. One is a former trustee because the voters approved a recall petition and then successfully voted him out of office. The other trustee resigned soon after because I think she knew voters no longer had tolerance for her poor behavior and were already setting plans in motion to recall her as well. During the time of that recall election, I asked Jim Simpson to renounce at least one of those trustees or at least criticize their behavior to indicate he stood firmly against harassment of community members. He refused. He said something along the lines of wanting to get along with all people. When it comes to harassment and coming from someone in a position of power, being silent or neutral is completely unacceptable. It brings up doubts regarding his judgment, strength of character, and potential blind spots that would eventually potentially lead to bad decision making. Thus, I request that you do two things. One, postpone any vote to appoint a new village president until after the spring election and any new trustees have taken their seats. Ideally, I would prefer that there'd be an election for village president, but that's over a year away. If you do decide to appoint a current trustee to fill the vacant village president position, please vote for someone who has a history of standing against harassment in order to ensure a full restoration of trust within this community. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby. Is there questions? I guess I will ask the question. Abby, are you aware of my private conversations with the individual?
With who?
So I don't recall what you were talking about, but I do know that I do want to work with everyone. I would not condone harassment, but I also don't necessarily think that it's in anybody's interest to publicly denounce it, that I work with individuals on an individual basis, and I would have talked to those individuals personally. Are you aware of that?
That you talked to those individuals?
Yes.
No. And I guess it didn't. I wish you would have told me at the time because you just made that statement about trying to get along with everybody. And as somebody that experienced harassment this last summer, and I know I definitely wasn't alone among several village residents, we could have used that at the time, especially considering I know you're good friends with those two former trustees, and for all I know, continue to be, which is fine. You can do whatever you want in your personal time, but if it affects decisions made in my community, affects me or my kids, then I really care. And that's what I'm worried about. And if you can say anything to reassure me or reassure others, I'd love to hear it right now, but.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. We will discuss that in the discussion part of the meeting. So next up is Dawn Clemens, followed by Mark Storch.
Dawn Clemens, DeForest resident. First of all, I'm very sorry about what Chris McDonald said about Tashidra. I think that was entirely uncalled for. Uncalled for. I am so sorry. Tashidra, you have been a wonderful, wonderful trustee. Anytime I had questions, you answered them. And I appreciate everything you've done. And let me tell you, I would have voted for you and not voted for anybody else because I thought you were the best. Thank you, Tay. First, my preference for village president between Colleen and Jim. Both of them hardworking. Both of them attend the meetings, do extra things, would be Jim. And the reason is Jim's been on our P&Z committee forever. That's a very, very important committee to be on. He's been the chairman of it. He knows his stuff before the meeting starts. He's aware of what other village people say. I've had many opportunities to speak to Jim. He's always answered my questions, not always the way I want him to, but has given me some answers that I needed. And I don't always agree with him, but that's okay. He's always willing to listen. He's easy to contact. He was chairman, while he was chairman of P&Z, he was also chairman of the, excuse me, Public Services Committee. So wearing two hats, being chairman, I think gives him more ability to preside over this committee, excuse me, board. And I know what was said a few minutes ago about somebody, the police chief being dismissed. At that time, Jim was not on the board and was not able to vote him off. And Colleen did the right thing. But we have to think about who is available to do this. And he was dismissed. And I just wanted to remind people that Jim wasn't there to do that. But I believe, knowing him as well as I do, that he would have also voted like Colleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Is there any questions of Dawn? Thank you. Up next is Mark Storch, followed by Ed Morganroth. Is Mark here? Up, he is in the lobby, or?
No.
Okay.
Ed.
Okay. And Ed, you are up next and the last one to speak tonight.
Good evening. My name is Ed Morganroth, and I am a resident of DeForest. I'm on Great Bridge Drive. My exact address is on the form. Village staff have laid out 4 options for filling the board vacancy for the village president as follows. Number 1, the village board appoints a current member of the village board to serve out the remainder of President Cahill Wolfcram's term until April 2027. Number 2, the village board appoints a DeForest resident, not currently a member of the village board, to serve out the remainder of President Cahill Wolfcram's term using an application process. Number 3, the village board can have a special election of DeForest residents. And number 4, the position of board president can be left open or vacant until the next general election in November 2026 of this year. I would like to suggest there's a 5th option that I believe is superior to the other 4. But before I explain this method, I want to state that it is clear to me that this decision should be made by the new board that will be elected by DeForest residents on April 7th, which is only 3 weeks away, as we all know, and not made by this current board. The main reason for this is that all 6 board members then will be serving through at least April 2027 and will be the ones working with the new board president for the next year at a minimum. As Trustee Allen has formally resigned, that is not the case for the current board. Now, on to my new option. The village board should consider both interested current board members and any interested DeForest resident via an application and interview process. All board members, including any who would apply for the position, would still be allowed to vote to select their preferred candidate, including themselves if they wish, just as they would if the board were appointing only a current board member. As the board president is normally elected by the DeForest residents, as you all know, and not appointed by the board, it is fair that both current board members and any interested resident can apply, interview, and/or answer questions, just like they would have to if either were to run in a regular election for the board president position. Both other board members and the DeForest public deserve a more full board president selection process and to hear the detailed qualifications, policy positions, and plans that any and all candidates have. I urge the board to discuss and consider this new option, which is an application and interview process for both interested current board members and interested DeForest residents, conducted by the board to be seated on April 7th. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 8.1.3, discussion and possible action. Anyone willing to make a motion or start the discussion?
I'll start the discussion. That's okay. Just had a question, just really for Bill. Is that option indeed an option, an application and interview process? And historically, is that something that's been done, or why was that not considered in the?
So again, the statute states that you can appoint someone. It does not specify that process. So I can't speak to prior boards or why they went the way that they've gone. I suspect that they appointed someone from the trustee position because of the experience and relative knowledge of what's currently happening at that time during the village board. That's only an assumption on my part. But again, it's at liberty for this board to decide how you want to appoint, whether it's an interview process or you making that decision. Ultimately, this board has to make the appointment of whoever candidate it is.
Do you want an answer from the village historian? I can tell you that in the last 36 years, there's only been one situation where a village president resigned. And in that situation, the board picked a trustee. And I think it was because having been on the board, that person would have some idea of what's going on in the village, know the process, and be able to hit the ground running a lot better than somebody from the outside who's never participated in the government.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I guess I would like to say, I think it would be prudent that we elect someone from the board already, because someone stepping into this position without any prior experience would just be way too much. And I know we have two trustees that have expressed interest, and I think both of them would be very good candidates. And I think this is a decision we need to get underway, because we're not going to fill this position on April 7th. The new trustee and the new board, will they even be in by the second April meeting?
Yes, the trustee will be sworn into office and they start their term the Monday, or the Tuesday of the board meeting.
Yeah,
Second of the month.
Yeah.
Okay, but I still feel that we need to get this underway. I also do want to say that for the residents that don't, I'm sure you probably don't know this because this was just something given to the village board, that I'm going to support Jim. And the reason being is because, and like I said, Colleen, you'd be a great candidate too. But he has an extensive history of the committees that he has been on for, what's it been, 30 years, 20 years? I don't even know. Long time.
23.
It was a very, very long list. And I guess being the chair on the P&Z committee, that is huge to the understanding of the daily business workings of the village board. And so I think that he would be the best candidate for that.
I too would support Jim for a number of reasons. The main one is whenever we need someone to step up in the chair position, when our meetings need to be conducted, he is right there doing it. He chairs the meetings, he listens, and I really appreciate how when he chairs, how he engages with the community. People can speak, they feel heard, and the meetings run they run smoothly. And I really like the way he listens. And even when it doesn't go his way or it doesn't agree with, he still listens. And I think that a president should be like that. They should listen. And I don't know that I've ever seen you get excited. Like, I mean, we've had some really heated meetings and some heated debates, and I have never seen you. It's like Bueller. Like, so I don't want to poke the bear. I'm just saying, you know, with the heated topics that we've had over the 6 years that I've been here, he's always kept an even keel. He's always been straightforward and to the point. I don't ever remember in my time of being here that you had any negative engagements with the community. Um, and I like that. I even appreciate how, you know, when Abby spoke, and I appreciate Abby speaking, and she brought up something that you didn't attack her, you just provided information. And, you know, effective communication goes both ways. It takes two people. And I appreciate how you handled that situation too, because it's not easy getting attacked. I was tonight, and I welcome it. But it's not easy for some people. And so I really appreciate how you stay the way you do.
Thank you, Brad. And then I'm hoping to address your question, Abby, so I don't know if you want to leave or not. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I just think, I think our board will look most likely different in a month from now. So I would like to make this on an interim basis until then for the appointment, and I would nominate Alicia Williams for this position.
I guess I'll sort of take over for chair, I'll say, but so I open it up for nominations, and I think I heard Brad, you nominate Alicia Williams. So Alicia, do you accept that nomination?
Is the nomination for just the interim?
That's what he said, yeah.
Yeah, I would accept the nomination. I just wanted to second what Brad said and say that I would like to see a new board set before we make a decision on the permanent replacement, whoever it may be.
Thank you. So it is open for nominations right now. I do want to, I want to speak as a trustee and maybe stepping outside of the line being the chair too, but I wanted to address your comment or your question, Abby. So I think my experience that is most applicable, and I guess for the public to know too, I did send a letter to the trustees explaining my experience because I wanted to be open and transparent and everything else you want to say to that they know my background. I do have quite a bit of a background even before being on, well, maybe not quite a bit, but I've been a professional for a while. I feel, and I stated this in the letter, that it's important that I go to, part of my being a professional is I go to a lot of ethical training. That's part of the registration that I have. And on top of that, I even mentioned that I was an Eagle Scout. So, I mean, this has been ingrained in me way back when. But I think the most applicable experience that I have was related to the president, or that's being discussed tonight, was when I was president of our church at Norway Grove. And I can tell you when I went into that, the congregation was deeply divided. And it was a very tough time because we were not making budgets and the bank wasn't going to give us any more money. So it was a time where a year that we were pretty much going to close the door. And we had a lot of heated meetings. So when you say where I learned that experience, you we talk about the heated meetings here, try having a heating meeting at church. That's another level. So that's where I maybe get my calm demeanor. And again, at work, try to go to a public informational meeting and tell somebody whatever. It's maybe not so bad now, but 10, 15 years ago that you're going to build a roundabout in somebody's front yard. Those get heated too. So I've learned through the interactions, I'll say again, mainly with church, that it's important to listen to every side. And I can tell you people attacked myself, attacked my family verbally. And I am very, very happy, I'll say blessed, that I had a good teacher at that time. He happened to be a past, bishop of Iowa. Some of you know him. I don't know if I really want to mention his name on record, but he told me that one of the most important things is to break bread with people. So when those people attacked me, what I thought, okay, there's a lunch date I need to make. And that's what I'm hoping to do here. And at that time at church, I don't know how I got in that position, but I felt called to do that. And when Jane resigned, I felt maybe obligated to do this, but over these couple weeks, I'm feeling like it's more of a calling. So that's all I have to say. But know that I am ethical as far as bullying. I do not condone bullying at all. But again, I don't want to publicly attack somebody or even tell them that. I think it's more of a personal thing. And like I said, break bread and talk to them. So I hope if this goes a way that I am become president, it's to me a short term, but I'm hoping to maybe turn things in a different direction than it's been the last couple of years. But that's what I wanted to say, and I think I'll be quiet now. Nominations is up. I guess I'm maybe looking at you, Al, because I don't know quite how this goes. I guess we need to talk about having a motion to be an interim, or is that just made then with the nomination?
Well, it was sort of a motion with the nomination, but I think it probably makes sense to separate the issues first. Decide whether you're going to appoint somebody permanently or temporarily, and then make a nomination for whatever position it is that you've just created.
Okay. Colleen?
Can this candidate get equal time?
What's that?
I said, can this candidate get equal time?
Please do.
Isn't that how it works? I don't particularly want to be village board president. I don't particularly like standing out and being the center of attention for anything. This is bad enough. But I just want you all to know that I was born ethical. I've had some kind of strange careers in my lifetime. A lot of those involved making decisions when I was all by myself with nobody looking over my shoulder. And I can assure you of the highest degree of ethical and integrity and all that other good stuff. So on my behalf, let's say that I'm also more than willing to talk to anybody that wants to. I know there are a lot of people who think I have a really ugly resting face. I'm sorry, there's not much I can do about that. But I am here and I am listening. So I am not going to arm wrestle Jim for this position. And to the number of people who contacted me, I'm sorry, but it's okay.
Thank you, Colleen. Is there any further discussion?
I would be okay to make a motion on the next.
Well, I think
Well,
You have to
he
separate
said make a
issues.
motion on the length, the term first.
well, I worry because we have a nomination on the floor, so. Yeah.
Al, I would agree with that. I'll just say that my nomination was to do that and have the people who were nominated then have a chance to speak before we made a motion to move forward. Was my intentions, and I think you're absolutely right. We should do a motion on the length of the appointment before we do nominations on the person.
And just so you know, if you appoint somebody on an interim basis, they will continue as the interim person until you select another method of finding somebody permanent, whether that's a special election or a permanent appointment somewhere down the road. So if you want to make a motion that the appointment will be on an interim basis, maybe we can get that issue decided first.
Make a motion to appoint somebody on an interim basis until the new board can be seated in April.
Second.
Yep, so discussion on that motion.
I don't agree with that, only because a special election is more cost, more work. This position is not going to be that long. So the new board comes in April, and by May we're doing it again. We should give, if the community should vote for the president. That's what I believe. And this term is going to be up next year. So I think for continuity, consistency, and workload and tax dollars, that the individual should just be appointed for the rest of the term. That way the community has time to hear the candidates, go through the election process, and make their decision that way. To piecemeal this together and continue to have issues. And I just think that we need to start moving forward, and we need to start moving forward not capriciously, so this appointment is over pretty soon. And I think whoever, if we can select someone who's on the board already, they know the ticket items that we've been discussing for the last year and a half, 2 years, so they can definitely hit the ground running and keep things moving forward. The new board will still be able to weigh in on different things, and it'll actually give them an opportunity to get their feet running, right? Get their understanding of the position that they're coming in. So I just think that we should just, like we did when we had a recall, we didn't do an interim and all the different things. We elected someone to take that seat. And I think that's what we should do again.
Right.
And I want to clarify, I wasn't suggesting we do a special election. I don't want that either. I wanted an interim basis, and then when the new board is seated in April, they make a permanent appointment of somebody on the board for the rest of the term.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Alicia?
I agree as well. I think just from out talking to people so much that they want to be a part of the process of what goes on the board. And I think with everyone who's out voting right now, who has ballots, that we really should wait till the new board is seated before we make a permanent election of the village president. So appointment.
Thank you, Alicia. Jan, did you have something?
I agree with what she just said and what Brad just said.
Okay. I'd say the only thing that I would bring up as a concern is that the village president also appoints people to the committee, and I think we have a couple of committee appointments that need to be made relatively soon. So that might be a bit of an odd situation.
Whoever would be serving as interim would make those appointments.
Okay, I see no other discussion, so I guess, Kelly, can you do a roll call vote again?
And can we clarify what exactly are we voting on?
I understand the motion. It's that you will be appointing somebody on an interim basis and reconsidering the issue after the next election.
Thank you.
Trustee Stefan Hagan Han.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. My list got screwed up. Trustee Williams. Trustee Allen.
No.
Trustee Cords.
Aye.
Trustee Little. Aye. And Trustee Simpson.
No.
Motion ties. Motion failed.
So I think we'd be looking for another motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we make the term until the end of what Jane Caulfill's term would have been.
Yeah, the appointment has to end at that date.
Right, so that's what I would like to make a motion for that.
Second.
But, Al, could you add clarification? It looks like you're grabbing your.
Yeah, what the motion is to fill the vacancy at this point.
So that's the motion that I see both people shaking heads that that's what it was meant to be. Continue discussion. Seeing none, roll call. Second was Tashidra.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yep.
I don't think you need to have a motion. If the motion to make it temporary failed, then it is. I don't think you need another motion to make it permanent, do you?
No, the third option is you do nothing.
Trustee Allen.
Aye.
Trustee Cords.
No.
Trustee Little.
No.
Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan Hagan Han.
Aye.
Trustee Williams.
No.
Motion fails 3-3.
So is there any other options?
None that I can think of.
Judd, you
Can I
have.
ask a question? So if there's not a village president appointed, there's nothing that can be done from the village's standpoint, right? So nothing that can be entered, agreements can't be entered into, anything like that. Is that correct? So the business of the village is ended at this point until one's elected. Is that fair?
No, that's not quite. It's not quite doomsday. It'll be a little more awkward. I mean, you're just going to have to, when you approve a contract, authorize somebody to sign it on behalf of the village. Who enact an ordinance, you're going to have to delegate somebody to sign that. You're going to have somebody to prepare an agenda. I assume that'll fall to Bill. And then you're either going to like what he puts together or you're not. But that's what you'll have without a village president. You can still function, just not efficiently.
What was that comment, Bill, and then Alex?
So absent a successful motion or action, the village board then can take up the issue of appointment at any future meeting.
Okay. Alex, do you have a comment?
Just to clarify, Al, what you were talking about, so stuff that's on the agenda tonight would have to be modified as part of any approval to authorize a different signer.
If the resolution doesn't have authorization for somebody other than the village president to sign, then it would require that.
You recording? What I was noticing in a lot of the resolutions, it had a signature line that was blank, so we would just make a action item that Bill would sign for the village, or we need a trustee to sign.
You can include in your motion authorization for anybody to sign.
Okay. Colleen, do you have something to question? Okay. Unless somebody can tell me there's another motion to be made, I think we're done tonight with that topic. No, we did not.
Yeah, the one action you've taken tonight, without a village president is the approval of the cooperative plan. So I guess I would suggest at some point you suspend the rules and move back to that item to authorize Bill or somebody else to sign it.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to revisit action item 7.2 so that we can authorize Bill to sign this agreement to keep this item moving forward.
Second.
Motion move to 7.2. I don't see any discussion. So we are back to 7.2 to redo that motion. Specifically 7.2.3. Yes, Bill?
There was a resolution also in 5.2.1 regarding the discharge elimination. I would suggest, and I don't know if this is correct or not, but in regards to any of the motions that you make here, involving a resolution, if you are to authorize a person to sign on all those that you approve this evening, so that you're not having to do that, individually on each of the items.
Can I make that motion? Yeah.
We're still in 7.2. I guess I want Al's attention when I can get that. No.
You've raised too many questions.
Yeah. So we moved to 7.2. So I believe that's where we are, but then Bill brought up the idea of making a motion or doing a motion, I'll say tonight, to sort of cover all the signatures in tonight's agenda. So I'm wondering where we would want to make that motion.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to do it individually because the blanket authorization for signatures isn't on the agenda, so. We can put that on the next agenda and work from there.
Can we take it up under 8.1? Is it sort of under the agenda for that as part of the authority of the president?
I think with each resolution or action that you take, if there's a signature required, the motion should include authorization for who can sign it.
Okay. So right now we're at 7.2, so we're looking for modification to that motion or really that resolution. Correct?
I don't think you have to reopen the resolution. I think you could just move to authorize an alternative signature for that.
Okay. So can somebody maybe look at that resolution? Was there 2 signature lines or was there just one? That resolution that we're looking to authorize a signature, I'm just curious if it's Bill Ching and the village president, or if it was just one blank. 7.2.
If you make everything the village administrator and clerk, you'll be safe.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the village administrator and clerk to be able to sign and give approval for this resolution item number 7.2, resolution 2026-023.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. I think we need to go to 5.2.1. So is there a motion to take things out of order? Go to that.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to revisit item 5.2.
Thank you, Tashidra. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Colleen. So motion on the floor is to suspend the rules to go to 5.2.1. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are now at 5.2.1. We're looking for something. Yep, sorry.
You have to submit a resolution as part of the report.
I think we've submitted, but if this doesn't sign that, then I don't have, he's given the authorization, right? Because that's the resolution. Yep.
I think on this one, you can also authorize the administrator to sign, administrator and clerk to sign.
Okay.
Resolution.
I'd like to make a motion to allow the village clerk and village administrator to sign giving authorization for item 5.21, resolution 2026-2021.
Second.
Motion by Tashidra, seconded by Jan. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. We are back to item 8.2. And if you would entertain me, I would like to take things out of order again, and I'd be looking for a motion to move item number 9, the public appearances, up ahead of 8.2.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Tashidra, seconded by Jan, to go to public appearances, items 9. There was a few people, thank you, or sorry. We need a motion is there, and all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now on item number 9, which is public appearances. And we have a couple people wishing to speak. There's a Lois Lehman, followed by Gassier Lewis. Oh, Gussie left.
Oh. I'm Lois Lehman. I live at 212 Harvard Drive, almost 20 years. I guess I thought that was pretty important because of other speakers who were talking about being residents of DeForest. So I am here because I been here for 20 years. I have a history of some things that have happened around wildlife. And you've all heard me talk about coyotes and wildlife in DeForest. Okay, so I don't know if all of you have heard about the dog bite in 2023. Okay. Okay. It, as far as I know, it wasn't public information, and I didn't know why, if we were trying to kind of hide it under the rug, so to speak, and hope it would go away and it would never happen again. So I don't want to rely on that to happen because coyotes do live among us. They've lost much of their land, so to speak. You can just look all around you and see that. And Project Coyote has established this week as being Coyote Awareness Week. So I gave you a handout, and I wanted to start off by saying, why coyotes? And it's on the very top of your handout that I gave you. Coyotes have inherent value regardless of our perception of them. But here are a few ways that we benefit from having them around. And so these are mainly ecological benefits that they provide for us. I'm not going to go into talking about each of them because I don't have the time, but I did want to state that I found information, because I do a lot of research too. In 2022, there were 5,327 cases of Lyme disease in Wisconsin, and it cost us $12.1 million, medically speaking. Okay, so I wanted to state that. I'm also going to just skip to the next page. This is coyotes in Chicago, and look at the number 70. So 70% of the coyotes out of 173
Lois,
Chicago.
excuse me, I'm sorry, your time is
To
up.
just finish my sentence.
Okay.
70% their diets were natural diets, not human food. And this is in Chicago now, and they're living among human beings. Okay, they're living among us also. So I'm going to just leave this information with you. I hope you take a look at the last page because you can learn about what we can do so that we're not.
Lois, we need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lois. Yeah, so I think Gussie Lewis was here. Is Gussie online? I'm assuming not. Alan, sorry, I'm looking at you. Because this is new territory for me. And say the 8.1 we had two different motions that failed. And there's, somebody can, is it rescind their vote? Is that correct? Or am I using the wrong term?
Once the vote is announced, the vote can't be changed. A new motion can be made, but the past votes can't be changed.
I thought if you were a negative vote or a positive vote, you could
make a motion to reconsider. You can't just change your vote.
Okay, I don't quite know what that means. Because
motion to reconsider would bring the item back. It would open up the vote again. And everybody would have to vote again.
So the motion that Brad put on the floor, who can reconsider? Just the negative votes or the positive votes too?
It's whoever votes in the majority.
Yeah.
I think you're beyond reconsideration on those two votes.
A new motion can just be made, can it not?
Yes. When you're on that agenda item.
Right, and right now we're on 8.2.
So you'd have to go back to that item in order to make a motion to reconsider or make a new motion.
I'd personally like to go back to 8.1. I guess I would make that motion to go back to 8.1. Or I'd say it officially, but go ahead.
Second, if we can.
So there's a motion by myself, seconded by Jan, to go take things out of order, I'll say, and go back to 8.1. That's all proper, correct? Yeah.
Motion to suspend the rules and move back to that item requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay. So 4 people. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
No.
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 8.2, Resolution 2026-024, a resolution appointing Brandon Hines as Financial Director. Bill Chain.
Yes, thank you. So as previously reported, I think in January, Carol has informed us that she intends to retire, hopefully within the near future here. And so we started at that time to put together a succession plan for the position. We advertised a job posting for actually both a finance director and an assistant finance director position, hoping to attract the widest group of candidates that we could, with the intention to slot the candidate and their qualifications into one or the other position. So Brandon applied. We interviewed, I think, 6 applicants, and he has an extensive financial background. His resume is included in the packet, and currently he serves as the city administrator in the city of Amro, Wisconsin. He's actually at a meeting this evening, so he couldn't be with us. Otherwise, he would have been. And so the plan moving, if he is appointed this evening, he would fill in as the finance director. Carol has agreed that she would move to the assistant finance director role and be able to train Brandon before she separates from the village. And then at that time, we would then hire an assistant finance director to ensure that our succession plan for the finance director position is long-term. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions from you. We are recommending an appointment this evening.
Questions, Brad?
Bill, you might have just said that, but did you say you would hire a new assistant once Carol officially retires?
That's correct. So as part of the 2026 budget, we budgeted I believe $75,000 for an accountant position because that was a gap in our staffing with the shifting in the positions and the hiring range that we were at. We were able to consider the position at a director level and an assistant level, both being accountants or having that accounting background.
Hey, any more discussion or be looking for a motion? I guess
Make a motion to approve 2026-024.
there's a second.
Second.
Motion by Colleen, second by Alicia. I do ask, I'll say Bill or Alan, if you could tell us if we need to make, including in the motion, comments to have it. Was it the administrator and the clerk? I have a feeling it's going to come up a number of times as we move through the agenda tonight.
Yeah, I don't think there's any urgency on having this resolution signed, but if you want to authorize Bill to sign along with Callie, that would be fine. Get it taken care of.
Colleen, you're the maker of motion. Do you want to do that or not?
I certainly would.
Okay.
I would make a motion to approve 2026-024 and allow our village administrator and our village clerk to sign such resolution.
Thank you, Colleen. Second.
Second.
Yep, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item 8.3, Resolution 2026-025, resolution amending the Village of DeForest 2025 operation budget and a lapse fund and transfer. Carol.
Yes, thank you. So as you know, we put together our budget in October, and it can be challenging to know what's going to happen in the next calendar year when we put that budget together. So when the calendar year has ended, we always have to go back and look kind of at a section level. I won't call it department level, but the level at which you approve the budget is the level that we have to look at when we compare actuals to budget after the fact. And then if any particular section has gone over budget, it's sort of a requirement to go back and realign the budget to match more closely with how the actual was spent. So that's what we're doing here tonight, is we are doing a budget amendment to line the budget up more closely with how how the dollars were actually spent. So it's just kind of a realignment. We are not increasing or decreasing the budget as a whole, just moving things around to fit it in the sections where it needs to go. One of the things we do every year is we have an agreement with the library, and any funds, any budgeted dollars that are not spent during the year get transferred over to Fund 220, which is the library donation fund. So you will see in here a $23,000 transfer from the library operations. It's moved down to what we call other uses, and it becomes a transfer over to Fund 220. So that is part of what you were agreeing to tonight, is to give that money over to the donation fund. Now, the reason they had so much left over, they don't usually have 23,000 left over, but they had mentioned previously that one of their vendors closed up and they weren't able to spend the dollars they had budgeted because they couldn't get the materials they needed. So part of the reason why that's so high is because they have some spend they're planning on doing in 2026. So they will likely go, so to speak, over budget in 2026, at which point we will pull money back out of 220 to cover whatever they overspend in the current year. So part of that is just the transfer for the library purposes. Part of it is just realigning the budget with where we need it to be. The other thing that is in this resolution that I'm looking for your approval on is we had another good year from the revenue side of things. We tend to keep budgeting conservatively when it comes to interest, and interest just continues to come in high. So that is one of the things we have continued to benefit from because rates are high. So we do have some extra money coming in on the revenue side. We also continue to do well with our building permits, which does tend to cause some additional expenses, but revenues are still coming in higher than predicted. So we do have some extra money at the end of the year And we have historically asked for you to let us put some of those excess funds into Fund 400 because we are trying to not borrow so much for equipment and try to build up that fund so we can just pay for equipment outright, which saves us on interest in the long run. So that is also part of the equation. Now, I believe the schedule, the analysis that was in your packet is not the same as the one I just handed you tonight. We do have extra money. The excess funds are over 800,000, but we are not requesting a transfer to Fund 400 of 800,000. We're only requesting a transfer of 285,000. And the reason for that is because the other sheet I handed out tonight is kind of analysis of the equity balance. And one of the things that goes into the equity balance calculation is the change in accounts receivable. So because our receivable balance is so much higher at the end of 2025 than it was the previous year, it kind of ties up some of that money and makes it unspendable. So we're only requesting a transfer of 285,000. That's really the change in our unassigned equity, our fund balance at year end. So that's the piece that we feel is available. So that is the final recommendation as part of this resolution, is to just allow that 285,000 to move over to Fund 400. That will keep our, if we do that, that will keep our unassigned fund balance at 19.9% of the subsequent year's operating budget, which is within our policy. We're trying to stay between 15% and 25%. So keeping it right around 20% is right in the middle of the range that we're trying to sustain. So it still keeps us at a good level with our unassigned fund balance.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. So we'd be looking for a motion or continued discussion. I guess I will make a motion to approve resolution 2026-025. Resolution amending the Village of DeForest 2025 operation budget for lapse funds and transfers. I'll say as written, and if need be, assign the village president to village administrator and clerk.
Second.
I think I heard Tashidra first. Any discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 8.4, Resolution 2026-026, resolution authorizing the village president and clerk to execute an amendment to the Homestead Edition Development Agreement. Bill Chang.
So this presentation will be for the next 3 items having to do with the Homestead Edition. For item 8.4, resolution 2026-26. So there is an existing development agreement with the developer. Homestead Edition is on the southeast quadrant of Highway 19 and Highway 51. This is originally plotted as part of the Savannah Brooks subdivision, and had then been replatted as the Homestead Edition. The subdivision includes 59 residential, single-family residential lots and 1 commercial lot. What we are proposing as part of the amendment to that development agreement is to count all 59 lots as part of the calculation for impact fees. Because it had been platted and then replatted, the original development agreement for Homestead only included 41 lots. And so we wanted to, in talking with the developer, indication was that we should capture all the 59 lots within that exhibit. So that's what we're asking for approval here, is an amendment to that development agreement, which is primarily Exhibit B of that development agreement. So as we are talking about park impact fees, as part of the development agreement, it also requires that the village and developer create an escrow account, and then also have a park development agreement separate from the infrastructure development agreement. Reason being is that the developer is interested in building the park before any of the structures are put up. Historically, this developer has done so. And so this was the solution to that. And what the escrow account would do is then capture any park improvement fees collected from each of the residential homes at the time of permit or at the time of closing. That will go in an escrow, be kept in escrow. Once the developer constructs the park, then Village would then release those escrow funds to the developer. A park development agreement is exactly what it states. It provides the parameters for building that park. So details on, this type of structures, the layout, insurance requirements, contractor requirements. That's all figured into that park development agreement. I'll pause there and answer any questions that you may have on any three of those. We'll take 8.4 first, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Bill. We are in 8.4. So if there is any questions of Bill. I think, Bill, you said you did the presentation for the number of things, but right now we're talking the resolution, the 2026-026. So is there discussions on that or a motion?
Can I just add a procedural bit of information on each of these next three items? The resolutions were retitled. They all effectively do the same thing, but the resolutions themselves authorize the village administrator to sign the contract. So the only thing you have to authorize in addition to that would be for him to sign the resolutions.
Okay. Thank you, Al. So we're looking for a motion, and we'd like that motion to include the village administrator to be able to sign the resolution. So is there anybody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. And can I do 8.5 and 8.6 too?
We haven't
Both long,
opened it.
Same
Yeah,
thing?
Yeah.
For clarity, we should take them one at a time.
Okay. Thought I'd try. Okay, I make a motion for 8.4 to approve it and to allow the village administrator to sign along with the village clerk.
I'll second that.
Motion by Jan, seconded by Colleen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Item 8.5, resolution 2026-027, resolution authorizing the village of president and clerk to execute an escrow agreement. I believe Bill has done the presentation, so we're to making a motion. And again, we'd like the motion to include Bill Chang to be able to sign the resolution as administrator. Yeah. Anybody willing to make?
Approve 2026-027, including allowing the administrator to sign the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Colleen, seconded by Tashidra. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 8.6, resolution 2026-028, resolution authorizing the village president and clerk to execute a park development agreement. And staff presentation is done. So action is going to be a little bit different than the title of that, but is there anybody willing to make a motion? And it looks like it will include the village administrator and clerk to sign to execute the park agreement if so chosen.
I'd like to make a motion to approve authorizing the village clerk and administrator to sign authorization.
Of resolution 2026-028 as written, correct, Tashidra?
Of course, Jim.
Thank you, Tashidra.
You're
Is
welcome.
there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Brad. All those, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Resolution 8.7, resolution 2026-029, resolution accepting the lowest qualified bid and awarding contracts for the Village of DeForest Public Safety bathroom and decontamination shower. Judd and Greg.
Yeah, so this is we had received four bids for replacement of 3 exterior windows on the offices, 2 bathroom updates, similar to like we did at the PD last year, and then updating the 2 decon showers with lighting, wall paneling, and ceiling tiles and epoxy flooring. So we had pretty good bids, came in at 62,900. Weezer Brother General Contractors received the low bid. And this one we would need the village administrator to sign for the village president and the agreement.
Thank you, Greg. Brad?
Just curious, are these budgeted through capital for the next 2, or is it budgeted through annual budget?
These are all through Fund 400.
My recommendation would be that a motion for approval would include an amendment to change the resolved clause to remove the words village president and village clerk and replace them with village administrator.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm sorry, and to change the word are to is.
I think that was a given, but thank you. So Alan recommended or staff recommended a motion. Is there anybody willing to make that motion or something else?
I'd like to make that motion as stated.
Thank you, Tashidra. Is there a second? Okay, yeah. So Tashidra and then Brad. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. I think my voice is going to drown everybody to sleep real soon, so I'll try to speed it up. Resolution 2026-031, resolution accepting the lowest qualified bid and awarding contracts for the Village of DeForest Yarra Parks shelter roof installation to include fascia trim. Greg, anything else?
You got to do 8.8.
Oh, I skipped. I checked it too quick. I'm really trying to speed it up. Resolution 2026-030, resolution accepting lowest qualified bid, awarding the contract for the Village of DeForest Public Safety Building Fire Department apparatus epoxy floor improvement. Thank you for putting me on track. Greg.
Yep. So basically, the apparatus floor at the fire department will be getting the epoxy flooring similar to the PD's apparatus bay. Similar product, help prolong the concrete life and prevent water from entering the sub base and cracking the floor further. And we'll have to have the same motion as Al provided in the last resolution.
Thank you, Greg.
Oh, sorry, Al. What Al says.
Yeah. Yeah, would you like to recommend something?
I would recommend an approval motion, include an amendment to the resolve clause to change the words village president and village clerk are to village administrator is, and to authorize the village administrator to sign the resolution in lieu of the president.
I'd like to make that motion as stated.
Thank you, Tashidra. Who said that?
Second.
I heard Alicia. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Now 8.9, resolution 2026-031, resolution accepting lowest qualified bid and awarding contracts for the Village of DeForest Yahara Park shelter roof installation and to include fascia trim.
Yep. So another project here at the Yahara Park shelter, just replacing the shingled roof with a metal roof. We had 4 bids for installation, Danton Construction Services for $34,000, which includes the $1,000 for the fascia. It'll include snow guards, fascia, and some gutters. We allocated 45,000 for this, and since Al's making his money tonight,
This one's a little more complicated. My recommendation would be that an approval motion include an amendment to the resolve clause to replace the words "the village president and village clerk are" with "the village administrator is," and to replace the second sentence with said contract shall be for a total contract price of not more than $34,000. And also authorizing the village administrator to sign the resolution to move the president.
I would make that motion as lengthily stated.
Second.
Thank you. Tashidra was the first and Jan was the second on that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 8.10, Resolution 2026-032, resolution authorizing the village president to execute a request for release of funds and certification. Alex.
So I'm happy to go through a little bit of a description here, but I'm actually going to recommend that we move this to a future meeting, given the uncertainty around the village president. This is a HUD federal thing, and I was trying to look quickly through some of the federal statutes to see what the certifying officer has to be, and I think I'd rather not go back and forth with the federal government right now, so I'm gonna say, if we can, let's wait on this.
Okay, so I think we will move forward and it automatically tables to another meeting. So item 8.11, resolution 2026-033, a resolution authorizing the village president and clerk to execute a second amendment to the funding agreement with the Community Development Authority of the Village of DeForest. Alex again.
So just to go through a little bit of background, this is a funding agreement that was executed in 2024 between the village and the CDA for the redevelopment project on the corner of Main and Highway B. There are a couple clauses in here as we continue to kind of progress through that project and apply for tax credits. We'll have to eventually have an LLC that develops a taxable LLC that develops the project, which will have an investor member in that, essentially purchasing the tax credits from the CDA. So we were trying to align some of the clauses in this agreement to allow for that and allow for the successful development of the project in the future. And then there's also a deadline in this agreement to make repayment. If we didn't secure a construction loan from the village, we being CDA, sorry, two we's here, by the end of this month, that would have required repayment of the pre-development loan of $250,000 by June. The intent there was, if we're not going to move forward with the project, that the CDA, the CDA would be repaying those funds. We're still obviously moving forward. We just haven't executed on the construction loan yet. So this pushes out that deadline.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Alan, anything?
I would recommend on this one that the approval motion include amendments to both the title and the resolve clause to substitute village administrator for the words village president and village clerk, and in the resolve clause to change the following word "are" to "is."
And then authorize Bill to sign too. And then authorize the administrator to sign as well.
My assistants just pointed out that we also have to authorize the administrator to sign the resolution.
Thank you too. Anybody willing to make that motion?
Okay, I'll make the motion as stated.
Second.
Both.
Thank you, Tashidra, seconded by Brad. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 8.12, resolution 2026-034. Resolution approving and adopting an affordable housing program. Alex.
This has been a long time in the works, and I'm personally very happy that this is before you all today to take a peek at. As many of you know, we've kind of been going back and forth on some of the provisions here, ran through legal to kind of get this cleaned up and a couple draft template agreements for how we can implement this without keeping on coming back to the board for approval of those agreements moving forward. Al earned his money on that one too. So the thought would be here, there's again, the two categories. One would be more large scale development, again, with a priority towards owner occupied or home ownership, affordable home ownership. And then the 4 programs geared towards residents, prospective buyers, home purchasers, aging in place. Certainly happy to go over any of the details of the program again for anybody who wants a little bit more clarification, but assuming that this is viewed favorably tonight, next steps for our team would be to set up sort of a plan to get this out into the community, let everybody understand what's available to them, and hopefully targeting a May launch of some of the home ownership programs, home improvement programs, and really kind of building an application system on the back end so that we could do intake effectively and a plan for administering this because it will be a load to administer. But I think we have a good handle on it. Working with our administrative assistant in the community development department, we got a plan in place. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex. Alan, anything you want to add with that?
With this one, you only need to authorize the administrator to sign the resolution.
Okay.
I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2026-034, authorizing the village administrator to sign the document.
Thank you, Tashidra. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Colleen. Yeah, discussion.
It's not really discussion. I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward and all the hard work you have done. This has definitely been on the docket for a while, and just Dane County and around, like the housing crisis right now and people not being able to find places to live, individuals working in DeForest and not being able to live in DeForest. So I really appreciate this being on the docket and us being able to move forward and offer things to our community members that want to be here and live here. So thank you so much for this.
And thank you, Tashidra. We ran through a lot of things real fast, but I think this one is one that we really need to highlight. This is, to me, an amazing opportunity. I think it's pretty awesome that we're able to use a TIF in this way, and we talk about how we want the TIFs to give back to our community, and this is huge. So I look forward to this being in place, and I hope you and Stacy that's gone is we really hype this up because this is really awesome in my opinion. So again, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We are on to item number 10, discussion and possible action regarding acquisition of public lands for parkland and public service facilities. The village board may convene in closed session as authorized Wisconsin statutes 1985, parent 1, parent E, for the purpose of deliberating and or negotiation the purchasing of public properties and investing in public funds, or conducting other specified public businesses whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. The village board may reconvene in open session and further discuss or take action on the subject matter discussed in closed session. Bill Chang, I'm assuming we at least got to start a bit of a presentation.
Yeah, we'll provide a presentation on this, and then if the board wants to discuss particular terms of negotiation, I would then recommend that the board move into closed session. So I believe a couple meetings back, we had introduced this proposal to acquire approximately 36 acres of property that currently is farmland within the village of DeForest boundary. The farm is along the intersection of Gray Road and Northtown Road. This property has been on the market I believe since fall of last year for $2.19 million. And the reason we really started looking at this was kind of two parts. One, kind of on the curtails of the court plan that was just established. We knew that we need to look for more active park recreation space. So what that means is a larger tract of land that would be able to fit active recreation such as fields, courts, etc., playgrounds, which we, as the corp states, we are lacking here in the Village of DeForest, especially in this area of the village. The second part of looking at this property is that we were looking for a landing spot for our public services facility, something that we are in the pre-planning stages. If you remember back a couple meetings ago, we had a University Alliance students take a look at what kind of space needs we would require for our facility. The facility across the street here is about 25 years old. While it could be probably utilized for other purposes, it's severely lacking in space. And I can let Greg and Judd talk more about what they need to efficiently, effectively operate a public services department. In addition to that, we do have facilities, public services facilities kind of spread out throughout the community. And so to be able to consolidate them onto one property would be a benefit to the team here. So, that's in summary. We did make an offer at the direction of the village board at the last meeting that we talked about this. We did receive a counter offer and we're prepared to talk about that in closed session. Happy to answer any questions about services, park and rec, in open session. Also in regards to process and timing, we can definitely answer that in open session. However, discussion and questions about the terms, financial terms, should be in closed session. The open session. Yeah. So, looking at the financial part of it, the property was listed at 2.19 million. We offered the property at 1.8 million. Our counter offer was we received at 1.95. The funding for this project, since it would be divided, would come from park impact fees, which we've collected from residential development that we've had both on single family side and on the multifamily side. And then the remainder of that should come from our capital improvement fund. What we would recommend would be a fund balance that we would take out from there so that we don't have to borrow. In consideration of some of that financing, is that currently we had reserved a parcel in TID number 6 for the future public facilities building. That's on the north side of town here, right next to our Shanku site. And if we were to move on the proposed location, we would be able to sell this site to a developer, which would bring not only sales proceeds to the tax increment district, but also tax increment created. And we expect that to be the neighborhood of $100,000 to $120,000 annually. So obviously, the sooner that you have development there, the sooner you start collecting on that revenue. Now, because this parcel is in the tax increment district, the revenues do have to stay in the tax increment district. It cannot be utilized to pay for the other property or as part of that funding solution. However, what that does do is that increases the increment into number 6, thereby allowing for that tax increment district potentially to close earlier and therefore returning the taxes to the respective jurisdictions. Currently, that tax increment district is past the expenditure date, so beyond the construction loan that we have pending for the CDA, because that's in TID 6 there's no there isn't any other expected spend in that district.
Thank you, Bill. Questions, anybody? Yes, I do have one question. Jan, you were gonna.
You go ahead.
I was just gonna ask about, say, the need, and I guess I'm looking at Judd and Greg and maybe even Reese. And that also the future need, but also I know the site has current buildings. I'm guessing we can utilize those and too. I guess that's my question.
Sure. So I can just talk a little bit about the public services side, and then I can touch on the building because the buildings there, Greg and I were able to go on a tour of the buildings. But first of all, from public services standpoint, we've got this building, as Bill touched on, that's 25 years old. It's filled. You'll notice there's always 3 pickup trucks parked outside, 4 cars. There's 3 pickups and 1 red car that's parked out there. So they're not undercover, right? Which diminishes their value over time a little bit. Not a lot, but nonetheless, if they're not readily available in the morning after the blizzard the other day, we have to clear them and do that stuff. We prefer to have all of our equipment undercover the best we can for the longevity of the vehicle and for how it works. And even inside the building, they're stacked in there pretty quick. If you've not been in our public services building, I invite anybody to come. We'll give you a tour anytime you want to see our buildings. So that building is pretty filled. We often have to take a vehicle from this building to go out to Shawanoka to get the jet vac truck or the leaf vac truck or other plow equipment. We have big patrol trucks that are staged out there. So we've got multiple buildings we have to use. We also store things at the Yardway site. So there's a building there that has equipment stored in it. So we oftentimes have to do a shuffle with equipment. So ideally, we would like to be built under one big campus for the public services team. And that would also include potential storage for other departments in the village, whether the PD needs things. Parks and Rec is always in a quandary of where they're storing things, right? They've got a lot of balls that they have to keep. They're inflated, that are in basketballs, footballs, maybe more specific. And so there's things that we just need to have that they store at the public services building, right? So there's an office there that's filled with those. And then in the basement here. And so it's arduous for them to get up and down. So we would have all these kinds of things incorporated. We've been able to take tours of a variety of different buildings. Stoughton has one. The Sauk County Highway Department has another that we've seen where it makes for an efficient operation. If you've been into again, I'd encourage you to come to see our mechanic shop. It's pretty tight quarters in there for Tim to do work on vehicles. It's a lot of, again, moving things around and where do we store things and how do we keep them there. So this would allow us to consolidate everything, including the Yardway site. You also look at our village out overall, if Bill can zoom out, this location gives us central access not only to the northern part, but also to the southern part. Makes it an easier trip for us to get over to the western side because we can go right down Gray Road to Lake Road to the Innovation up into those parts as well. So currently, if we are with the blizzard, we're deploying salt out on the roads and people are down in the southern part of the village, they've got to come back north to the salt shed to refill because the salt shed is out at Shawanoka. So having the Yardway site, people in the south have an opportunity to bring their Yardway site more to a central location, as well as then people in the northern area have a more central location to come. So it just kind of centralizes all of our operations, puts us into one area. For the time being, the buildings that are there are really strong buildings. There would be some mild improvements we'd want to make. So there's a newer building on the property that has a dirt floor that we want to put a concrete floor in. The barns, the old tobacco sheds have some cracked floors, but there's certainly areas we could look to store some of our equipment for the time being. We would just need to work on some security measures there to keep those places operational for us. I think the barn, though, has some unique opportunities for us from a perspective potential to do programming in because it's a really nice building, ties in with kind of our old heritage of being in a farming community. So I think there's opportunities there. And then we could also use those buildings as the park is developed out, for equipment there that's needed for maintaining parks, right? Lawnmowers, those kinds of things. So I think it brings us into one centralized campus, like I said, that serves all of our residents through our broad area that we're in.
I'll just add too, so as part of our comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, I think right now it's identified for a mini park to be in that area, but really there is a need for a community park to kind of serve that southern portion of the community. And I know there's some future plans for behind or over in the Fleet Farm area, but this would be a good location. And as we kind of continue to grow some of our events, having a larger community park might be an area for us to be able to grow to. So I know Jed mentioned as well the opportunity for us to have some additional programming space. Like we have the Fireman's Park Community Room, being able to maybe have a room that would be large enough in this area for us to be able to do some programming would be huge. And as Jed said, we are kind of scattered all over with special event stuff. I mean, Trisha's running, we have like 3 different buildings that we're running and trying to get stuff from going in the basement. So, you know, being able to consolidate our stuff, I think would be a huge time save for our staff and their staff as well, who also often have to go into attics or dark spaces and corners to either hide our stuff or get our stuff out for the time. So
Yeah, I just also want to add, if you've never been to our public services storage building on Shanku, I'll bring you up there and show you that too. That's extremely full as well. We actually have trucks sitting outside and our leaf vac truck, all sorts of stuff outside. Obviously in the secured fenced in area, but it does take a long time to start these vehicles in the wintertime. When they're diesel and they gotta let them sit and run for, you know, a long time, and they gotta be plugged in, which is not very easy on them. Couple other things that we've been talking about is larger training conference areas in our public services department building. Right now we don't have enough space to have any trainings to have, say if it's just all village staff, this room's not big enough. We're crammed in here. So having a big space at our new public services building would be great. Like 120 people conference room. It can serve multiple different meetings, trainings, you know, community events or polling location, so all sorts of different things. And kind of to go off the corp thing, you know, by 2034, we're supposed to have meet standards 39 additional acres of parkland. And that's once we reach around 13,000 in population. So by adding this, we'll get us close to half of that by 2034, just coming quick. And I don't know, we're in the village, we're gonna find 20, 30 more acres. So just throwing that out.
So we're already at 13,000 in population.
There.
So
looking at Callie's thing, it said 11,000.
I want to talk a little bit about timing, because I know that a new facility and financing for it is scary, right? So it's, you know, we are again in the pre-planning stages, looking at space needs, confirming space needs, not only in the parks and public services, but also you know, elections. We've been talking about at their polling location. We don't have a location yet. But as far as timing for this, we are looking to time it with when a number of our tax increment districts close. So that's in that 2029, 2030 timeframe. What that does is it allocates those tax increment district dollars back to the various jurisdictions. And so it would have a minimum impact on taxpayers. so that we don't have to go out and make such large borrows on that service for this facility. And so there's got to be more discussion to come, especially around how we structure the financing, whether when these tax increment districts end, whether any of them are going to be extended, like we did for tax increment district number 3 for the affordable housing. There's planning efforts that will need to be had in regards to park planning services and all of that. So this is truly an initial step to, as in every development, to secure the land rights at this time.
Thank you, Bill. Any other discussion outside of closed? I guess I would make a motion to go into close. Is there anybody willing to second that?
Second that.
Motion by me, second by Tashidra. Kelly, roll call.
Trustee Cords.
Aye.
Trustee Little. Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan Hagenhan.
Aye.
Trustee Williams. Trustee Allen.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all. It was pretty amazing that you stayed here the whole day, but hope you learned something. I know I did. You ready? Welcome back. We did our discussion about the negotiation. There might be some continued discussion because there is a few options to move forward or not with this. It brought up discussion of different uses of other buildings and other locations. So is there continued discussion or a motion? Yep, go ahead, Brian.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-035, ratifying the purchase agreements for the purchase of properties at 6897 and 6889 Northtown Road.
It's a motion by Brad. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Colleen. They're open to discussion, and Alan, I'm asking, did we need to make any of those modifications, say for the village clerk and admin on this one? Oh, okay. So discussion.
So I'll amend it to include the signature by the administrator.
Thank you, Brad. Colleen, do you second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. She's already on it. Okay. So with no continued discussion, I guess I would ask for a roll call vote, Kelly.
Trustee Little.
Aye.
Trustee Simpson.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan Hagenhan.
No.
Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Trustee Allen.
Aye.
Trustee Cords. Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. I need to get my glasses on. We are down to 13 communications. Check registry. That's in the packet. Comments to Carol or Bill, if you have any. Community Commission Board's report. I'm assuming there's nothing too much to report. I'll let anybody stop me if they want. President's report. I will just mention that there's an appointment to the DeForest Windsor Fire and EMS District Board. I think we can move forward with that because Alan, it's supposed to be presented by the president, but I'm assuming because it's a trustee vote, it can still be done. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So we have a recommended, I think it's Brad for that committee. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I can't, trustees of the who would be interested, and Brad responded that he would be able and willing to serve on the fire board.
Okay, thank you. That is the recommendation. Is there anybody willing to make that motion?
Make a motion that trustee Cords be appointed to the DeForest Windsor Fire Board.
Second.
Thank you, Colleen, and I heard Jan is the number 2. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor by signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Any other business? Yes, Kelly, can I have you remind us when our next board meeting is? Because I think it gets moved because of the election. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The next village board meeting will be Thursday, April 9th.
Thank you. Number 17. Who wants to do?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Second and third.
Yeah. By unanimous consent, we are adjourned at 10:01. Yeah.
To the Thursday.